Morning, everyone, and welcome to the March 7th, 2024 City Council meeting. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Arias.
Presente.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Present.
Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Carbasi.
Here.
And Council President Perea.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Next is the invocation that's going to be given by Pastor Edward D. Thomas from Impact Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Councilmember Bredefeld. Will everyone please stand? Good morning, Pastor.
Good morning to you all, and thank you so much for the opportunity to do this. Could you all bow your head with me and join me in a word of prayer? Father, in the name of Jesus, first we say thank you. We thank you for the life given to us and your many blessings. God, we thank you for divine guidance today. We thank you, Lord, for this great city. We thank you, Lord, for the businesses, the schools, the churches, and all of your people that you have called us to lead in this city. We thank you for every elected official in this city. God, bless each member of our city's council. Bless our mayor. God, give them your guidance, your insight, your wisdom, and understanding today. God, you said in your word that to whom much is given, much is required. God, we thank you for the great responsibility and calling to lead that you have given each and every one of our elected officials. With that responsibility, God, we pray for their strength. We pray that you give them your power, your might. With this responsibility and calling that you have given them, God, give them your peace that surpasses all understanding. Peace that will keep them in any and every situation that they will face, not only today, but in the future. Let them just not lead with wisdom. Let them just not lead with understanding. Let them not just lead with strength and power, but in this position, let them lead most importantly with your love. Let us all, whom are leaders in the forefront, be reminded that love cannot be in the background. God, we know that when love is attached in the forefront, unity is right behind it. We know that togetherness is right behind it. We know that brotherhood is right behind it. So let us, leaders that lead with love, not just lead in words, but lead in action. And when love is in action in this room, it will have no choice but to make impact in our city. So despite our differences, despite our political parties, despite our differences of opinion, let us love first as leaders, and that love will bring unity and togetherness to our city. As we come together, God, I pray your spirit of love and unity fills this room. For every problem that we face today as a community, every decision that is made today, God, give us the answers, the wisdom, the strategies that will make a difference and impactful change in our community. God, finally, let us be reminded once again to lead with your love, be guided with your wisdom, and let your power uphold us. God, with this honor that you have given us, keep us humble in your sight. In Jesus' name, everyone says amen.
City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from the agenda, including the special meeting notice?
Thank you. Yes, do have a few announcements and changes. First, I'd like to announce that we do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi interpreters available via Zoom. We also have ASL on our website, and we do have 2 Spanish in-house translators, and they can let the audience know what they can offer for them.
Good morning. We are the interpreters, so if you need any equipment, please come back here. You'll get them. The Spanish interpreters, buenos días, somos las intérpretes del idioma español. Si necesitan equipo para entender lo que se está diciendo, por favor pasen acá atrás.
Thank you. And there was a separately noticed special meeting agenda published to hear closed session item A, ID 24364, regarding public employee performance evaluation city attorney, and closed session item B, ID 24367, regarding public employee performance evaluation city clerk. And also, the following corrections need to be read into the record. For consent calendar item 2G, that is file ID 24285, regarding actions pertaining to American Rescue Plan Act funding. The administration has requested that Part 1 of the item, regarding Neighborhood Watch, be tabled to March 21st, 2024. The second part of the item, related to EOC funding for LGBTQ+, it will remain on the consent calendar. Also, the following items have been removed from their agenda. First, we have consent calendar item 2R, that is file ID 24278, regarding resolution of intention to annex final parcel map number 2004-36 as annexation number 59. It was removed from the agenda by staff and tabled to March 21st, 2024. Also removed from the agenda, closed session item 5A, that is file ID 24-287, regarding a conference with legal counsel on Hayden M. Snyder versus City of Fresno. Items moved to the contested consent calendar for further discussion. Those items include 2H, file ID 24-335, regarding a voluntary collection agreement with Airbnb. That was moved to the contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Consent calendar item 2K, that is file ID 24357, regarding the First Amendment to the consulting agreement with TRC Solutions. That was moved to the contested consent by Vice President Carbasi. Consent calendar item 2L, that is file ID 24-271, regarding resolution authorizing application for and acceptance of funding from the California Department of Housing and Community Development Pro-Housing Incentive Program, PIP, Round 2. That was moved to the contested consent by Vice President Carbasi. We have consent calendar item 2M, as in mother, that is file ID 24-86, regarding actions pertaining to homeless housing assistance and prevention, HAP program, moved to the contested consent by Councilmember Arias. We have consent calendar item 2O, that is file ID 24248, regarding actions pertaining to the conversion of former Parkside Inn Motel into a 38-unit residential affordable housing project. That was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Maxwell and Councilmember Arias. And we also have consent calendar item 2U, that is file ID 24-356, regarding resolution declaring board member and commissioner positions vacant upon expiration of their term and provide for the council to fill resulting vacancies lasting longer than 1 year. That was moved to the contested consent calendar by Councilmember Arias. And finally, we have consent calendar item 2W. That is the joint meeting item regarding surplus land, and that was moved to the contested consent calendar by the clerk's office. Those are all the changes I have received.
Thank you, City Clerk. Council members, are there any other items you wish to remove, continue, or pull from consent for discussion? I'm going to go in order. Councilmember Arias.
Item 2T for contested consent. T as in Tom.
All right, Councilmember Maxwell.
No further changes.
Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Butterfield.
I just want to register a no vote on 2N.
N as in Nancy.
Yes, N as in Nancy.
So that would be a no vote on 2N as in Nancy.
Correct.
All right, Councilmember Esparza. Vice President Carbasi.
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay, and I have no items to pool. Council, is there a motion to approve?
No, I have a
Yeah,
one item
Councilmember
also.
Butterfield.
I thought it was coming up for contested, so since 2G is not contested, it's been separated. I would like to register no vote on that as well.
Okay, Councilmember Butterfield, that would be a no vote on item 2G.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Motion by Councilmember Arias. Second by Vice President Carbasi. Any objection? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. All right, at this time, we're going to go to ceremonial presentations. Up first is a proclamation for Women in Construction Week. That is sponsored by Councilmember Bredefeld.
Okay, thanks. Donna, you want to come on up with other folks? Thank you. Thank you. Come on up. You can come on both sides either way, bounce. You know, one of the things this city council really likes to do is honor the women and their service and their sacrifice in our community. We have Women of the Year awards that we do every year. For me, I've always acknowledged great women who have been in the service industry, teachers, physicians, doing all kinds of great work. And today, we get to acknowledge women who are in construction, doing great work. I don't think many folks know all of the work that women do in the construction industry. And so we wanted to acknowledge Women in Construction Week. And it's a great privilege and honor to have you all here. And I would like, Donna, if you would, introduce yourself and maybe share some words about women in construction.
Happy to, Gary. Thank you for having us, and thank you for acknowledging us. We appreciate the council taking the time to do that, and especially you giving us the proclamation, Gary. We really appreciate that. Absolutely. So we are the National Association of Women in Construction, and we refer to ourselves as NAWIC because otherwise it's a mouthful. And we have had our chapter in Fresno, Chapter 108, for 50 years for the year 2024 to 2025. And our job is to promote and enhance women in construction. And we've been doing, I would say, a fairly decent job of that for almost 50 years now. So thank you again, Gary, for having us, and we're very grateful to be here.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to say anything? If not, would you read the proclamation, City Clerk?
Certainly. Whereas the Fresno Chapter 108 of the National Association of Women in Construction has distinguished itself for 25 years as the voice of women in construction in Fresno, California. And whereas the work done by the Fresno Chapter 108 has benefited Fresno, California and the surrounding valley through community development and educational programs and scholarships to students at Fresno City, Fresno State, and other local city colleges in construction-related fields of study. And whereas the Fresno Chapter 108 has unceasingly promoted the employment and advancement of women in the construction industry and promoted women in the industry. And whereas the construction community represented by the Fresno Chapter 108 has been a driving force in fostering community development through renovation and beautification projects, promotion of skilled trade careers, and a positive vision of the future. And whereas the Fresno Chapter 108 has sought to achieve successful results for Fresno, California and surrounding areas in a cooperative spirit with other organizations. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Council of the City of Fresno, do hereby recognize the Fresno Chapter 108 and its many dedicated volunteers for its steadfast work and their support of women in construction, and do proudly proclaim the week of March 3rd through 9th, 2024 as Women in Construction Week, and encourage our citizens to congratulate them on their many accomplishments.
Up next, we have a special proclamation sponsored by Vice President Carbasi.
Good morning, everyone. Good. Let's try it one more time. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
All right, we're awake now. I know it's a council meeting, but we'll do our best. So yes, we have just one more thing. It's a very special proclamation, and I'm sorry there wasn't a title on there, but I'm going to start by reading a little bit about this special group we're going to honor, and as I do that, I would love our council president to join me down here as well. In 1912, Juliet Gordon Lowe founded a girls' group in Savannah, Georgia, with the mission to build girls of courage, confidence, and character who make the world a better place. Today, over 112 years later, Girl Scouts is still growing and thriving, with more than 1.78 million members across the country. Here locally, Girl Scouts of Central California South serves over 9,200 girl members and 3,000 plus adult volunteers. And this pause is for dramatic effect. And we have coming in some of our amazing Girl Scouts. They are from Troop 5252, and Cheyenne is the troop leader. And what they're doing, for those watching, they are handing out some amazing Girl Scout cookies for folks that came down to the meeting. This is what happens when you come to a council meeting. You get cookies. Yeah. So the annual Girl Scout Cookie Program is the largest girl-led entrepreneurship program in the world, selling approximately 200 million packages a season. The program teaches girls to become entrepreneurs and then learn goal setting, decision making, money management, people skills, and business ethics. So today, March 7th, 2024, we would like to recognize the enormous amount of work and dedication that Girl Scouts of Central California South has helped and shaped future leaders across our community in the USA. And the reason why I have asked our council president and our city manager, Georgianne White, to join us is because they were Girl Scouts as well. And we have a special surprise. Before we present the proclamation to the troop, we have a little surprise for our council president.
As the premier girl leadership organization in the Central Valley, we like to recognize women who champion female leadership. So today is my honor to give special recognition to a very special Girl Scout alum, Annalise Pereira.
So what we're going to do, I want my colleagues, if you wouldn't mind, getting up and joining us down here to do a picture with the Girl Scouts. They have cookies. And with your help, there'll be more. Do you guys want to get in the middle? Come in the middle. AP, come on up. I'm okay, thank you. Cheyenne, we're going to present to you our proclamation. And in a moment, our city clerk will read it. Oh, Cheyenne, you're right here. Come right on over here. So I'll get you in the middle. Yeah. You are tall. I know. You get to be in the back. No, it's good. There's nothing wrong with that. So this is AP. You want to do this? Yep. You want to say anything? No, I'm good. Okay. Oh, okay.
I want Annalisa to recite the Scout motto.
Okay, there's just one more thing. Let me go right in front of you girls. I'm so sorry. Now I have to help you guys out. So, I'm not much of an auctioneer, but I understand that you have a lot of cookies you need to sell. And we have we have several council members here that might be willing to donate a little bit. So, I'm going to pledge $100. Will any other council members pledge $100 towards cookies? You all will. The mayor's not here. The city manager's doing it for the mayor. I think we just bought your entire batch of cookies. Is that right, Monty? Monty. What flavors do we want? Councilman Chavez?
Peanut butter patty.
Peanut butter patty. Is that the good one? Okay. And I want to thank Monty for organizing this event and helping the Girl Scouts raise money. Thank you. You guys did a great job. Thanks for being here. Thank you. Do you want to say anything, Cheyenne? Do you want your troop leader to say something? Yeah? Okay.
I want to thank you all so much for having us. It is a big honor. We are based out of Easton. We're a little small town Girl Scout troop, and this means the world to us. Thank you guys so much for having us, and thank you even more for buying us out. It means the world to us to even be here. We just had our 10th meetings, and this is our first year in cookies, so thank you guys so much.
I'm just so excited about the cookies. City Clerk, would you mind reading off the proclamation?
Happy to do so. Whereas in 1912, Juliet Gordon Low founded a girls' group in Savannah, Georgia, with the mission to build girls of courage, confidence, and character who make the world a better place. Today, over 112 years later, Girl Scouts is still growing and thriving with more than 1.78 million members across the country. Here locally, Girl Scouts of Central California South serve over 9,200 girl members and more than 3,000 adult volunteers. And whereas the annual Girl Scout Cookie Program is the largest girl-led entrepreneurship program in the world, selling approximately 200 million packages a season. The program teaches girls to become entrepreneurs and learn goal setting, decision-making, money management, people skills, and business ethics. And whereas, so today, March 7th, 2024, we would like to recognize the enormous amount of work and dedication that Girl Scouts of Central California South has helped and shaped future leaders in our community and the USA. And now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, recognize this incredible program and do hereby honor Girl Scouts of Central California South, Troop Number 5252 in the city of Fresno. Woo.
Monty, you want to be in the picture?
Yes. Yeah, Monty, come get him. Come on, Monty. Come on, Monty. Come over here by me. Yes, come on. Excellent. Watch out behind you, Bobby. Oh. Thank you, girls.
Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
How did you, we need instructions. No. We need instructions on how, thank you. Who we write that to for the money. Let him know, and we'll give him to you.
All right, now that I'm done reliving my glory days, we're going to move on to council member reports and comments. We're going to start with District 3, Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple of informational items for folks. We continue to have community planning meetings for the renovations of the community centers in Southwest. The next meetings are April 6th on a Saturday and April 13th on a Saturday at Frank H. Ball Park and Sunset Community Center. I invite folks to show up and give us feedback on what kind of renovations these community centers should undertake. I also wanted to add thank you to Mayor for the short, quick day trip to Mexico. I think it's the first time that he's been exposed to Mexicali and the Chinese population there. I know there's some photos circulating of me and you in some cool hats, so appreciate it. But more importantly, we are looking to reinvest in Chinatown's revitalization efforts as we pursue our downtown plans, and it's important for us to affirm that there are plenty of Chinatowns across this country that have a large Latino population and are extremely successful, like is demonstrated in Mexicali. It just requires, what we've learned, it's not so much money, but it's people, having the right people in the right place, and the focus on the renovations to be as authentic and inclusive as possible. And then to my colleagues who went through this election, congratulations on your wins. To my colleagues, for first, my congratulations and my condolences to those of you who made it to general election. A few more months of this work. And congratulations to my colleagues who are unopposed, Mayor Jerry Dyer and Tyler Maxwell for your wins, and to Member Carbasti for his win. Elections, are about, it's the best and most effective poll that our community can have, so congratulations to all of you. I also want to say thank you to all the opponents, including myself, who have accepted the results of the election without undermining the integrity of our election system and without engaging in insurrection of the county or the city. It is a good model for the rest of the country and for our upcoming presidential elections. this November. So thank you all for participating in our democracy and protecting it. That's all, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple of quick updates and thank yous. First of all, last week the City of Fresno was able to present the final designs for our dedicated Senior Activity Center. Again, this is going to go on the northwest corner of Blackstone and Ashland. This has been a large undertaking with my colleagues, the mayor and his administration. We've been working on designs for quite a few months. This is going to be for a 30,000 square foot dedicated citywide senior center. If you want to see those final designs, they should be online soon if they're not already. I want to congratulate Nicole Linder and everybody at the Marjorie Mason Center. Pretty much everybody here, I assume, knows the good work that Marjorie Mason Center does and has been doing for a very long time. They've outgrown their current facility a long time ago, and Nicole and her staff have been working diligently for years now to find a new location to provide services and to secure the financing. And they were finally able to do that. They're going to be moving to District 4 and providing crucial services to domestic violence victims like 24/7 crisis support, counseling, case management, and so much more. So it really is going to be a beautiful building. It's going to be a building worthy of the work that they do on a daily basis. So congratulations to them. And then I want to say thank you to Mrs. Hanlon's kindergarten class over at Centennial Elementary School. I had the honor of reading to them this past week for Read Across America. There was a bunch of great students there, and I was really happy to see them get excited about the journey of beginning to read books that they love. And so I appreciate the opportunity to speak with them, as well as Professor Jim Boren's Mass Communication and Journalism class. Yesterday I had the opportunity to talk to some of his students about what City Council does, how to read an agenda, and how to get information for when you're writing a story about some of the items that we're going to be discussing here today. So thank you to all of them. And tomorrow I have the honor of acting as a judge at Fresno State's 66th Annual Peach Blossom Festival. There's going to be over 3,000 students reciting poetry, including children from elementary schools in my district, such as Norseman, Centennial, and Erickson. So hope to see some folks there. It's a really big event. It's a great way to get kids engaged in reading and reciting poetry. So it's going to be a great event. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Butterfield. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Council President. We're wrapping up Read Across America Week, and this past week I had the privilege of reading to kindergartners in the district. Always fun to engage with our students, and especially in the district. And it's been great to see all the different photos of other community members out in the community who took the time to read the students in Fresno. So I want to share that, the value of reading to our future leaders of the city was really, really a great time. And speaking of kids, we do have Kids Day coming up here this coming Tuesday. So everyone be sure to come out and support Valley Children's Hospital. I'll be out there bright and early with some of my colleagues selling newspapers as well. So remember to carry some cash that day to support our local children's hospital as well. And finally, great news for traffic safety within our district. The traffic signals at Van Ness and McKinley, as well as San Pablo and McKinley over between City College and Heaton Elementary are now activated. So for residents who are drive that route regularly, you'll notice that traffic's a little slower, and with good reason. Thank you to Public Works for making another great project happen. Council President, that'll conclude my remarks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Council Vice President.
I'll just be very brief. A lot happening, but biggest news is the election. I just want to congratulate Mayor Dyer and my colleague, Councilmember Maxwell, for their victories in their races. Well done.
Short and sweet. All right. For District 1, I do want to invite the community out. We're going to be doing a ribbon cutting ceremony at Trolley Park. Trolley Park is our newest park in District 1. It's located in the historical Fresno High area. It is on the corner of Van Ness and Echoes. That will be today at 4 o'clock. Please bring your family, and it should be a great time. I do want to also thank Lee Fong and the Planning Department for their assistance in helping with one of our small businesses open their door. It's always refreshing to receive calls of appreciation, so I did want to extend that to Li Fong and his team. Also want to thank Station 9. Station 9 with our fire department came out and responded to a fire that I had in my district. It was caused by an unhoused individual, and it caught our beloved St. Therese Church on fire. That resulted in about $60,000 worth of damages to that church. So again, just thank you, Station 9, for your swift response. And lastly, at the last council meeting, this council did unanimously pass a resolution establishing the tax sharing agreement subcommittee. And so as chair of that committee, I do want to just make note that I have appointed Vice President Carbasi and Councilmember Maxwell to serve on that committee with myself. That concludes my remarks. Mayor, do you have any comments? Good morning, Mayor.
Morning, Council President and council members. And I wanted to just highlight a few things that we've had going on in our city over the last week or so. We had over 2,500 people at the Fresno Clovis Prayer Breakfast downtown at the Convention Center. And we had one of the greatest football coaches ever, Tony Dungy, speaking there. So honored to participate in that. And I do want to highlight a little bit of what Councilmember Arias was talking about, our visit, one-day visit to Mexicali, and to be able to see what they've been able to do in just 4 years to their Chinatown, which they call La Chinesca. And it is something that I think we can replicate here in Fresno and should. And the difference is we have the financial ability to be able to make that happen in perhaps less time than they were. So more to come on that. And then the other thing is there's been a lot of interest on the part of groups and organizations across California and the United States to be able to come to downtown Fresno and to learn more. Just this last week, I had the opportunity to present to 3 different groups. One of them was the Caltrans Executive Board, came to Fresno for a 3-day retreat. We were able to take them on a walking tour of what we're doing on Parkway, as well as talk about many of the things we've been doing with the homeless population on our freeways and state properties. And so it was very, very well received. And we look forward to continuing with that partnership. We also had the LaSar executive team here in Fresno. Many of you may know that we took a trip with them to Vienna to learn about the Vienna housing model. And so they brought their entire team of about 20 people here to Fresno to spend 3 days with us. Again, we took them on a driving tour of all of our housing developments in Fresno. And we look forward to working with them in the future. And they've been very, very helpful on helping us with some state funding, which was including the $43.7 million that we received. And then lastly, yesterday, had the opportunity to present to the executive board or the foundation for the Kresge Foundation. And the Kresge Foundation has been extremely generous to Fresno, $13 million in the last 4 years. And so they are in town visiting our downtown area and a number of other areas. But I look forward to continuing to work with them and the investments they're going to be making in Fresno. I also got to participate in Read Across America last Friday and read to students different classes from Eaton Elementary as well as Sunset Elementary in Southwest Fresno. And then Councilmember Chavez and I participated in a very important project in Southeast Fresno, which is the Peach Street Widening and Complete Street Project. And that is to convert those 2 lanes into 4 lanes, as well as to add sidewalks in many of the areas that do not have sidewalks, bike lanes, et cetera. And it's going to tie in nice to our park there at on Peach in California, the 49 acres. And then lastly, attended this morning the Central Valley Heroes Award put on by the Red Cross. Got to recognize a number of heroes within our community here in Fresno. And then don't forget, tonight is Art Hop downtown. We'll have our trolleys running, and I get the opportunity to meet with a group of some what they call lifelong learners. They're coming from Campus Point, people that are over 50, taking our trolleys down to Art Hop. So we should have a great evening and expose them folks to our brewery district. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, happy birthday. Everyone be nice to her. The The floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. You have to be nice through the weekend because my birthday is technically not till Sunday. Thank you. Want to congratulate everybody on their election wins. Mayor Dyer, 82%. Way to go. And congratulations to the rest of you who are moving on, and Tyler for your resounding, I think clearly you beat the mayor with the 99%. But congratulations, all of you, Mike, as well. Just a couple of things wanted to bring to your attention that came through. 2 tray memos. One, I believe it was Councilmember Arias who had requested follow-up on all of the different employee groups that get call-off pay or standby pay, and that was distributed. And then we also distributed a tray memo on an update on the airport terminal expansion. So just want to call your attention to those, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. City Clerk, do you have anything to report?
Yes, real quick. If any of you feel like serving the public and you don't know where to begin, please consider serving on a board or commission for the City of Fresno. You can check out the City Clerk's website, fresno.gov/City Clerk. Under our information tab, we have boards and commissions. Currently in need, we have the Immigration and Resident Affairs Committee. There are several vacancies there, and they advise council on issues related to the immigrant community in Fresno, so there's definitely a need. Please check us out. If you have questions, please head on over to the clerk's office and we can talk to you about that. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. City Attorney, anything to report?
No report.
No report. All right. So at this time, we're going to move on to scheduled hearings and matters. We're going to start with our 9:30 a.m. item. This is a hearing to consider text amendment application number P23-03987 and related environmental finding, amending section 4304 of chapter 15 of the Muni Code related to findings for approval of tentative map amendments. Good morning.
Good morning, Council President, members of the council. My name is Rob Holt, Supervising Planner, Planning and Development. Staff does have a verbal presentation if desired, but otherwise, nothing further beyond what was already provided with the staff report and exhibits. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open it up to public comment at this time. This is for the 9:30 a.m. scheduled hearing. Is there any member of the public who wishes to speak on the 9:30 a.m. hearing? Please come forward at this time. City Clerk, is there anyone on Zoom with their hand raised wishing to speak on the 9:30 a.m. item?
Yes, we have Lisa Flores.
Good morning, Lisa.
Good morning, everybody. Congratulations on those that won. Congratulations on those that lost. Hey, I get to see you longer at City Council. Real quick, before you continue on, when staff gets up to give the report, could they please fill in a little bit for the community versus just saying it's what we sent in and it's written? And for those of us on Zoom and also sitting there in the chambers, just a short, brief update of what they're actually presenting, because I don't know, is this the Costco thing or not?
This is not the Costco item.
Okay. Yeah, because I would actually, when you do these hearings, I would like a little synopsis from staff of what they're actually recommending and what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Council President, that is all the public comment we have.
All right, I will close the public comment period at this time. Bring it back up to the council. Council, any questions or comments? I have a motion from Councilmember Butterfield to approve and a second by Vice President Carbasi. This is for the 9:30 a.m. scheduled hearing. Any opposition? Hearing none, item passes 7-0. Up next is the 9:35 hearing. This is to consider plan amendment rezone application P1905-889, development permit application P20-01559, and related environmental assessment pertaining to approximately 4.83 acres of property located on the northeast corner of Tulare and Helm Avenue. This is in District 7. Good morning, staff.
Good morning. Thank you once again, Council President. Staff does have a presentation available if desired. Otherwise, once again, nothing further beyond what's already provided in the staff report and exhibits for the project. Thank you.
Okay, can you give us a summary of the item, please?
Yeah, 2.5 minutes tops.
Sure. This is a plan amendment and rezone to change a property from RS3 medium low density residential to RM2 urban neighborhood to allow for a senior living complex with 112 units gated private development.
All right, at this time, I'm going to take it out to the public for public comment. Is there anyone in person who wishes to speak on the 9:35 a.m. scheduled hearing? Please come up at this time. See none. City Clerk, is there anyone online who wishes to speak on the 9:35 scheduled hearing?
Yes, we have Lisa Flores.
Good morning, Lisa.
Good morning. Real quick, what is the breakdown of units and by affordability? What is market rate? What is it? Low income? What is Section 8? Is there any breakdown of that since this is a private facility that's going up with senior living? Anybody know? Because I would be really interested to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tracy.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for giving me this time. I too have a comment about housing. I'm in a shelter. It's supposed to be a 90-day shelter. I'm way past 90 days. It'll be a year at the end of this month. And I seem to be the only one not being able to get housing. There are a couple more because I'm not in a mental health program or I'm not on SSI. So I'm not sure what's going on here, but there should be funding for everybody in this rapid rehousing program. I shouldn't have to be pigeonholed into one area or another to get rapid rehousing. I was displaced along with some others. I was displaced down to the shelter by RH Community Builders because they had to close down Crossroads and actually rehab it the way they were supposed to the first time, which they never did, but they're rehabbing that and turning it into an apartment complex. And we did not get apartments. We were forced down here. It was suggested that they were going to close down a section at a time and then move the remaining residents into the new apartments as it was completed, but they scrapped that. I guess they couldn't do that. So they moved us down to West Olive and 99 to the Ambassador, which is now called the Elevate. It's run by RH Community Builders, and some people went to the Villa, I believe. So a lot of us are, not a lot of us, but some of us are still here. It's only in the last maybe 3 or 4 weeks that they have all of a sudden started moving, and I've seen at least 2 rounds of people go out. I'm still here, and there are just a few others that are still here. And I'm being told this at first because of my income, but I said, listen, I'm a full-time student. I am on general relief and food stamps because I can't work right now. I have a temporary mobility issue and I can't work right now. They wouldn't hire me anyway because I would be a liability to them. So I would have a hard time trying to get a job anyway. But, you know, I'm stuck in this hole. I'm stuck in this little space that nobody's looking at. And I should be allowed to get rapid rehousing. It's not my fault that they did not find anybody apartments when they were supposed to the first time, because that's what happened. And I did not, I didn't fail in that program. No, I did not. I'm a student. As a matter of fact, I was a student at 2 schools. I was a full-time student at a culinary school, which I had to drop out of because they moved me down to the shelter and there are no cooking facilities. So I had to drop out with only 2 classes left. I had to drop out.
Council President, that is all the public comment we have.
Thank you, City Clerk. At this time, seeing no additional public comment speakers, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it up to the dais. Council, any comments or questions? I have a motion to approve the 9:35 public hearing by Councilmember Esparza and seconded by Councilmember Arias. Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 6-0. At this time, we're going to move on to the 9:40 a.m. hearing. This is to consider plan amendment and rezone application P21-01960, CUP number P21-01959, and plan development permit application P21-03252, including the final EIR. This is for 22.4 acres of property located on the northeast corner of West Herndon and North Riverside Drive. This is in District 2.
But does council have it? Then you'd have to ask council president. Yeah.
Good morning, staff. Do you have a presentation for us?
I do, and I do apologize for that delay right there. My name is Stephen Martinez, the planner overseeing this project. And as mentioned, this is the consideration of the Costco Commercial Center project, the related entitlements listed there, along with the environmental impact state clearinghouse number. So here we, excuse me. One of the entitlements requested is a rezone of the property from commercial community to commercial general. And there's also an associated plan amendment that will also change the planned land use from commercial community to commercial general. The entitlement, one of the entitlements also requests a plan amendment for Herndon Avenue, changing the segment listed there from expressway to super arterial. Overall, the Costco Commercial Center project proposes a 219,000 square foot Costco retail building with market delivery operations, a 32 dispenser fuel station, and a 4,800 square foot automated car wash facility, no vacuums included. The project will also include approximately 173 parking stalls, also parking stalls for truck trailers, 7 new drive approaches, along Riverside, along Arthur, which is proposed to be a dedicated private drive. And off-site improvements include, but are not limited to, curb, gutter, sidewalks, traffic signals, water, sewer mains. It's a very, very extensive project. An environmental impact report was done for the project in consideration of the scope of work. Just briefly, an environmental impact report is an in-depth analysis of the project's potential impacts on the environment, and the document will also identify mitigation measures and alternatives to reduce the project's impact. And this document does go for public review to get public feedback, public comments, to which the city must respond. The city did. The response to comments, final EIR, is included in the staff report exhibits. Pursuant to the CEQA guidelines, impacts can be classified as less than significant with incorporated mitigation, or significant and unavoidable. Most impacts were able to be mitigated to a less than significant level. However, there were 4 significant and unavoidable impacts that could not be mitigated, and the environmental consultant who is here can answer more questions specifically about that. And that is all I have for the presentation, but I am available for questions related to process and the project itself.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to call up the applicant to make his presentation. To make her presentation. To make their presentation.
I did ask, so just give me.
I also have a card from Doug. Is that part of the applicant, or is it just the property owner?
The property owner.
Okay. So at this time, we're just going to hear from the applicant. You have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Perry Holliday. Okay. Thank you. I'm the real estate development director assigned to this project from Costco. And I just want to say thank you to city staff for helping us get to this point so far. It's been a long, arduous process to get to present to you today. I want to also introduce my team. They're here to answer any technical questions that may arise this morning. We have here with us Urban Planning Partners. They're our planner. Kimley Horn is our civil engineer. MG2 is our architect, and Burke Williams and Sorensen is our land use council. I also want to point out that Costco has actually been in the community for quite some time now, since 1985 actually. We currently have over 60% of Fresno households that are Costco members. We also have been donating to local charities since we opened in 1985, and those charities include the Poverello House, Valley Children's Hospital, Holy Cross Ministries, the Fresno Central Seventh-day Adventist, and Bo's Animal Shelter. We're also a pretty large contributor to sales tax revenue for the city of Fresno. Oops, I went a little too far. I wanted to give you a little bit of background and context to why we've chosen this location. Back in 2018, our real estate folks sat down with planning and public works departments to help us locate a site that would be agreeable and best suited for a relocation of our existing Shaw Costco warehouse. So part of what you see here is you'll see that the existing Costco on Shaw is down at the bottom right corner, and the proposed location is at the top left corner of this image. It's roughly 2 miles apart. We're looking at shutting down the Shaw location. Our lease ends actually in 2025, which is just next year. So we started this process back in 2018, trying to identify a new location to relocate to. The proposed location is still within the city limits of Fresno. That's another bonus to this new location. The existing general plan and commercial zoning are able to accommodate all of our uses except for our car wash. And then there's a very valid reason for having picked this location where we did because of the Veterans Boulevard interchange that was just recently completed and opened in November. So before I turn it over to Mike Knopf, our architect, I just want to finally say that I want to repeat Costco's request that the City Council modify condition of approval 15 regarding our golf course netting to incorporate the language we provided in our correspondence to you on March 6th, just yesterday. So now with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mike, and he can walk you through some of the features of the relocated project.
Thank you, Perry. Good morning, council members. I just wanted to do a brief review of this Costco project and the location that's proposed. Part of the constraints with the current site on Shaw is that it is a almost 40-year-old building at this point in time, and the site limitations are pretty significant there. And so when we are looking at this new site, we are proposing a new Costco that has the latest and greatest technology involved, including construction materials, including all of the ancillary businesses that are associated with other Costcos in the area that are new construction. Things like the tire sales and installation. We have pharmacy, optical, hearing aid, general grocery. And built into this store, we also have an integrated market delivery operations, which is similar to a last mile service coming from the store. We also have, as mentioned previously, a 32 dispenser fueling facility, which is larger than the current facility at Shaw, which is a 12 dispenser location. That fuel facility is also intended to stay open while we open this new location. The new location will also house a car wash, which is a new feature for the area. When taking a look at some of the off-site improvements that we are making, there's a pretty extensive list. There is a new signal that is being proposed on Fur and Riverside leading into the site. There's also upgrades to the signal on Riverside and Herndon. We are also including the construction of the private Arthur Avenue to the east side of the property. We're including the extension of Spruce Avenue on the north side of the property. We're also working on undergrounding some overhead lines both on Herndon and on Arthur Avenue. And along with the improvements, there is going to be a trail extension on Herndon and on Riverside. There's also, I would also like to bring up, using this image, that there, in terms of site constraints, there is a large PG&E overhead power line easement that cuts through the property that's highlighted on the image that provides some very specific limitations to our project, which is why we have elected to place our warehouse on the southern portion of the site. I would also like to take note, looking at this image, that the warehouse that we are proposing is Costco's master size warehouse. The actual sales floor for the warehouse is consistent with new Costco projects that are being proposed. The additional square footage to the west of the main warehouse is that integrated market delivery operations, which brings the square footage up as mentioned by Stephen. To briefly touch on circulation for truck routing on the site, the primary access point on the site for trucks is going to be a new left-hand turn on eastbound Herndon onto Arthur Avenue. That will be the primary access for both warehouse and MDO trucks, as well as for fuel trucks. And to provide a quick summary again in terms of our process with the city, we have been in conversation with the city through different phases since 2018, selecting the site and moving through project application in 2021. We have had several community meetings with different partners within the community, including a meeting with the community just to the west of the property held at the beginning of February, prior to Planning Commission meetings. We have also had tabling at the Shaw location to discuss the project with existing members that are currently using the Shaw location and would be using this new location, and have received over 500 letters of support, which were sent to the council yesterday as well. And just in summary, I would like to mention that we are aware of a letter that was submitted this morning addressing comments brought up during the EIR review. We aren't going to review all of those comments during this presentation, but if the council has questions, we do have our team here available to answer any of those questions. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to take it out to the public. I'm going to start with Mayor Jerry Dyer.
Thank you, Council President, members of the council, and welcome to all of our Costco family here today, as well as the neighbors who are going to be speaking on this issue. I think you know one of the many roles that I have as a mayor, and perhaps the most important, is to promote economic development in the city of Fresno. And that's really what I'm here to do today. And so I want to encourage the council to support this agenda item that will allow for the development of Costco at the new location. Although there have been some challenges along the way with the environmental impact study, Costco has in fact completed the study and have agreed to mitigate these concerns. As you know, Costco has been a long-standing business in our community since 1985 and has allowed for convenient one-stop shopping and fuel to residents at lower cost. Again, 60% of Fresno residents are members of Costco, so we know a lot of people take advantage of Costco services. Costco has also provided significant sales tax revenue over the years to the city of Fresno, which in turn has allowed us as a city to provide increased levels of service to members of our community. Unfortunately, Costco has outgrown their current location and is in need of expanding their footprint as well as services to our city. The new location will allow them to expand the size of their physical building slightly, provide 32 fuel pumps at that location, and an added feature of a drive-through automated car wash. During the construction phase, 300 to 500 new jobs will be created in our city. Those will be prevailing wage jobs, good paying jobs, and the majority of those will be local hires, which is good for our economy. And of significant importance is the fact that historically, when Costco stores have relocated to a new location, during their first year, revenues increased by about 15%. And so, in turn, that provides increased sales tax to the city of Fresno and, again, increased services to our residents. So the relocation of Costco will provide for further convenience for shoppers, added services, and increased revenue to the city of Fresno. And so I want to encourage the council to support this item so we can get Costco fully open by December of 2025. Thank you, council.
Thank you, Mayor. Just as a reminder, this is the 9:40 a.m. public hearing. The public hearing comment portion is now open. Would any other member of the community like to come and speak in support of, or speak in general on the item? This is the 9:40 item.
Good morning, everybody. And thank you for being here and considering this item. Happy birthday. My name is Doug Jensen. I'm with Baker, Manick & Jensen, 5260 North Palm, Suite 201 here in Fresno. And I speak in support of the project on behalf of the landowner, Jenko Farms. And I'd like to thank you for considering it, thank the mayor for his support, and thank the staff for its efforts to, in effect, locate and support this project. And to thank the Costco team for its perseverance in pressing this to conclusion for the convenience and cost savings that accrue to all members of that group, which, as has been pointed out, includes people from all over the city of Fresno. The Jenko Farms is a partnership of some of us surviving members of the family that purchased this property in February of 1941, so about 83 years ago. And it's been farmed with a fig orchard for a long, long time, about 60 years. But the property was annexed. When it was annexed, the owner requested a change in designation. So for the last 30 years or so, this property has been designated for a commercial use. So that was prior to all the development, both residential and commercial, that has happened since then. So everybody who came to the neighborhood, so to speak, was on notice that this property was to be devoted to commercial use. So now is the time and manner to fulfill the general plans, to confirm the urging of city staff, and to secure this valuable enterprise by approving this project. And I urge you to do so. And again, thank you for your time and consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Is
Thank
there
you.
any other member of the public who wishes to speak in support or opposition to this item? Please come up now. Good morning. Please state your name.
Good morning. Julian Ramos, Client Services Manager, Fresno County Economic Development Corporation at 1060 Fulton Street. City Manager, happy early birthday. Council, we're here today to support the proposed Costco Commercial Center project. Mayor mentioned 300 to 500 jobs. But in addition to that, we're looking forward to the opportunity to partner with Costco to bring those additional jobs to Northwest Fresno, but also to leverage existing resources to help train and maintain that quality workforce. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Seeing no additional members in, one more. All right, good morning. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Desiree Ledesma, and a longtime member here in the community. I have a topic to talk about, but I wanted to just comment on Costco. That's actually being built in my dad's backyard almost. He's right on Herndon and Polk. And so, anyway, my only concern, I do commend everyone. 300 to 500 new jobs is something our community definitely needs. But one thing, my concern is the automation, like just to be mindful of the amount of automation you use, because we have to ensure that these jobs are going to continue to be left for our children and the generations to come. I like automation, but I don't like when it eliminates jobs, such as the self-checkouts. Like when you compare a union-based grocery store, such as Save Mart or a company-owned like Winco, they have a significantly smaller amount of self-checkouts. Also, car washes are one of the most profitable and fastest-growing industry right now, and they're going to be opening one of the hugest ones. I don't know what the pollution is long-term, but just also to be mindful of the profit that they are making off of us, which is always good, but just be mindful of the amount of AI that's used. That's pretty much my only concern. But I'm excited about the job creation for our community. We definitely need it. And happy birthday, and thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Ledesma. I have no additional speakers who wish to speak in the chamber, so we're going to move on to Zoom. City Clerk, do we have anyone who wishes to speak on the 9:40 a.m. public hearing item?
Yes, Lynn Owens.
Yes, hello? Can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, this is kind of the first that I'm hearing about this Costco project. Well, the other day when I got the agenda. Is that an additional Costco or is it relocating? That's the part I didn't understand. Are we getting another Costco? Is anyone going to answer me? Hello?
And this is your time to address the council, Ms. 5250.
Right. And I'm asking a simple question. Other people may be confused as well. Going back to what Lisa Flores was saying, we, the members of the public are confused about some of this stuff. So again, before I continue, is this another Costco or is it a relocation?
Ms. Owens, you have about 2 minutes left. This is a relocation.
A relocation, okay. So then the jobs aren't necessarily new jobs because they'll just be moving those people over from the one to the new one that is not as centrally located. Which that's kind of my concern because I'm over here on the other side of town. And it may not affect the people that are coming from outlying areas because we all know that many people from smaller towns in Fresno County and even Madera County drive here for stores that they don't have access to. So they come to Fresno. It's not going to affect them, but the people that live here, it seems like these bigger stores, they should try to get them in centralized locations. Because it's just more convenient for everyone in town. Does people on the south side have farther to drive now? So that's I'm not very happy about that kind of stuff. And also am very concerned about automation. And I don't see this really as adding jobs. I see it probably as we'll probably be losing some jobs eventually, because of the automation factors. And you guys are touting this as the largest Costco, but it sounds to me from what I just heard is that it's just their new large Costco that they'll be putting everywhere. So we won't hold that title for very long. This is the kind of stuff that I think the government doesn't, they just want to have some talking point. They want to have some narrative, and so they mislead the public on things like.
Next we have Elisa. Elisa?
And go ahead and unmute yourself right now, Elisa.
Okay, we will just move on. Next, we have Tracy.
Yeah, hello again. I am glad that Costco is opening up a new location, but I hear the mayor talking about revitalizing downtown, and parts of downtown, especially going over towards Avenue C in Fresno. I mean, there's a lot of desertion going on down there, a lot of closed down businesses. I mean, there's a spot over there by that old train station that they could put another location where I agree with this woman that just finished speaking, because she said a lot of the stuff I was going to say. But there's nothing down there. There's no Costco down there. And I'm a former member of Costco, and I would like to go shop at Costco again. But it's too far. I don't have a car, and it's hard for me to get to. But if you had a location down there like that old train station that's off of, I can't remember, I think it's maybe H Street, somewhere around H Street where the fire department is, that would be a nice location. That would be a nice centralized spot. I mean, they could probably put a lot of parking over there. I think that would be a good location for another Costco, or at least a smaller sized one. I mean, everything is going on up north, which I understand because there's expansion going on. I think there's some new tract housing going on between this town, Fresno County, and another county further up north. I don't know, 40,000 houses. I'm not sure what the exact number was, but I know there's new housing coming, new school coming, and I understand why expansion is going on up there for that reason, but they're kind of neglecting everybody else down here. And it seems as though as the homeless population would shift towards downtown, and it's increasing because you have the Pavarella House and the Rescue Mission, all that, you know, it's kind of being neglected. I would like to see the revitalization of Fulton Street. I know the history of it and the man that designed some of it, and I wish they would close that street again and just have a walkthrough for the residents. I mean, I'm with the lady that spoke before. If you're going to revitalize, let's not have disparities. Let's revitalize all around. Maybe you'll see some better results. Maybe the church would not have caught on fire if they didn't have homeless people out there trying to stay warm, which is probably what was going on. They were probably trying to stay warm in the freezing cold, so they had to start a fire because they're not being allowed, or there's not enough space in some of these shelters for them to go to. And frankly, some people don't want to come into the shelters because sometimes the treatment you're getting in here from some of the staff is as if you've committed crimes, like you're in jail or something. I mean, you know, training is important. Again, I'm glad to hear about new jobs. I'm glad to see there's finally some job creation going on here. But again, like the lady before me, are they just transferring the same employees, or is this actually job creation that's going to be going on? So, you know, I understand how sometimes, you know, these things happen.
Thank you,
you think it's one thing.
Can we see if Lisa's available? Is she back on?
Yeah, I'm calling her right now. Elisa? Elisa, do you want to unmute yourself?
Lisa, can you hear us? Looks like you're muted. All right, we're going to move on then. City Clerk, are there any additional speakers who wish to speak?
Yes, we have Daniel.
Good morning, Daniel. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Good morning, Council. Daniel Brannick, 657 East Hedges. I'm speaking today in opposition to the proposed project. Before jumping in, I want to mention that my comments refer back to and build upon information previously submitted as comments in response to the project's draft EIR. My comments also account for the final EIR's information and responses. My reasons for opposing approval today include the following. First, the proposed GPA rezone is inconsistent with the land use and zoning regulations of the city's development code, particularly because of the project's inclusion of the MDO, or last mile delivery component. As discussed in prior comments, the MDO unequivocally meets the DEV code's definition of a warehousing, storage, and distribution use. The MDO component, although physically attached to the large format retail store, is a distinctly different use than the retail component. While it relates to Costco's overall business activities, it is utilized exclusively for delivery/fulfillment activities and not open to the public. In prior comments, I've noted how the only WSD use allowed in commercial districts is personal storage, i.e. mini storage, which the MDO is not. The other WSD uses only appear in the use table for employment districts, under which are things like office, business park, and industrial zones. In the code and in real life, last mile facilities appear in business park and industrial zones. The final EIR states that the MDO facility is allowed as an accessory use, and the development code does allow in places for the planning director to exercise discretion. However, it's improper that the MDO is merely tacked on as an accessory use rather than treated as an expressly defined use. This point is illustrated by the treatment of the project's car wash component, which the applicant and the city have stated is the only reason why a GPA and rezone is required, because a car wash is prohibited in the existing community commercial zone. Put simply, if the car wash cannot be considered an accessory use, then logically doesn't follow that the MDO last mile facility can be considered an accessory use. In both cases, the use is the use. And by proceeding in this manner, rather than having made the rezone to light industrial, it sets a very unsettling precedent. Second, the EIR's analysis of environmental impacts is inadequate because it fails to identify what should be considered a significant and unavoidable impact regarding GHG emissions, specifically a conflict with an applicable plan, policy, or regulation adopted for the purposes of reducing GHG emissions. I have to be extremely concise here, but the determination that there's less than significant GHG impacts, in spite of also determining there's significant and avoidable VMT impacts, is irreconcilable. SB 743, the policies and regulations implemented are absolutely about GHG emissions, and while it appears in the Appendix G checklist under transportation impacts, it's absolutely relevant there. This is demonstrated by the fact that SB 743 is in the regulatory setting of both the GHG emission sections and the technical report. The consistency analysis already demonstrates consistency issues with VMT, and it's noted that it also doesn't it takes an approach where inconsistency with one item can be offset by consistency with other items, which is improper apples to apples reasoning. And also, thank you if you received my comment letter. That might have been mine, that might have been not. If you could.
Time.
Next, we have Lisa Flores. Lisa Flores?
Yeah, hi, how are you guys doing today? Sorry, I had a mishap with my Zoom. Really quick, let's talk about the vampire in the room, which is Costco. Let's talk about the amount of money they take out of the community versus how much they make and commit back to the community. They leave pennies behind when they do their business here. And here's what the issue is. The bigger issue is they want bigger, better, brighter, and more income. Okay, fine, I get that. You're talking about economics, you're talking about jobs. All right, you're talking about 350 jobs. Is that year-round forever that their business is there? Or is it just short-term construction jobs? Which is it? And if they're going to start putting automation in, that doesn't do anyone any sort of good here in Fresno, because that's not long-term jobs. That's, automation. The prices aren't going to go down because of it. Then, of course, you have the issue with traffic. What they want to do on that block is not appropriate for that area. Shame on you, Costco. Really, shame, shame, shame on you. You always want to move into areas in which that are building out, that you're going to make tons of money, that you're going to do wire transfers out of the community versus reinvestment into the communities. And how come you're not investing in Southwest Fresno? Where is that commitment? Where is that? Oh my God. Someone's really trying to get a hold of me right now, so it must be an emergency. Anyway, so where's your commitment to Southwest Fresno? Where's your commitment to the poor neighborhoods of Fresno? Pennies on the dollars, giving them to nonprofits, that's one thing. But how about sticking a store where it's most needed in the communities? I'm not really happy with big box stores, because when they move like this, they leave a big vacant building. Now, what is Fresno going to do with that? It's going to stand there vacant for how long? And you're going to let them do it over corporate greed? Shame on you, City of Fresno. You guys know better than that. You guys complain about that, yet you're approving this. You know, the traffic out there, it's not a good look. It's not a good area to be doing what they want to do. So I would say, you know, shoot this down. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Okay, Council President, we're going to try one more time. Elisa? Elisa, if you can unmute yourself. Oh, there you go.
Good morning.
There you go.
Good morning. Bravo. Kalimera que Korea Pola, Georgian. I've been trying to say that 3 times already. Good morning, everybody. Elisa Velius, Forgotten Fresno board member. I've had the opportunity to meet with some of the Costco representatives as well as their planners. And the biggest concern for me with this project is, of course, the traffic study and the projections of EF levels of services in its immediate surroundings. And I guess what kind of disturbed me the most is I'm wondering why city staff was negligent in not requesting the intersections of Weber, both on the northbound side and the southbound side, to not be studied. Those are very dangerous intersections on that roadway that are susceptible to some very, traumatic T-bone type of car accidents, and they have. And so on the southbound side, that's your entrance into the El Paseo Center on the McDonald's end. And I don't know, the city staff could probably look it up how many times have they had to replace that stop sign because it's gotten knocked down, either from, a reckless driver or from a car accident. The other thing is that, on the south side from Costco, there's the Rio Vista Middle School. So how it's going to affect the bus routes and the children that live in the the Fur and Riverside area. Because my son rides a bus that goes up into that neighborhood, and putting levels of service of E and F in that neighborhood is going to create a chokehold for those poor people that live there, and also for the transportation for Central Unified School District. I think that is all my comments for right now, but yeah, just a safe route to school should a child choose to walk home from Rio Vista and lives in the neighborhood across from where the proposed Costco is going to be built. And then the negligence in not requesting that the intersections of Weber and Herndon, both on the north and south sides, be studied as part of their traffic study. Thank you so much, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Council President, that is all the public comment we have.
All right, thank you, City Clerk. Any last minute folks want to come up and speak on this item? Please come up at this time. See none, I will close the public hearing for the 9:40 a.m. project. At this time, I'm going to bring it up to the dais, and up first, I have Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you for staff and the applicant or Costco folks for presenting, and of course the public for taking the time to provide comment. I'm going to start off by going to the City Attorney's office. This is one of those matters, and by the way, if I'm a little bit repetitive, it's only because there are certain things I want to ensure are on the record for this hearing. City Attorney, can you tell us a little bit, just briefly, about what it means to be quasi-judicial and the impact it has on a council member being able to address their constituents or an applicant, for example?
Yes, Council Vice President. Essentially, this body sits as an impartial fact finder. You're supposed to be neutral and unbiased. We've recommended in the past to avoid any perception of ex-parte communications with the applicant that is coming before this body. So we just really recommend that you make all attempts to avoid the appearance of having bias.
Yeah, thank you. And I know, and I say that because a lot of residents who have expressed concern, support, or opposition to this have reached out to me, and I tell them I can't talk to you. And I know it's very difficult because you're the representative, but it is specifically in our council rules, it is policy, and I want to be able to, at this appropriate time, which is this public hearing, be able to weigh all the evidence and make a responsible decision to the greatest extent possible. So that's that. We're going to start with Costco folks. If anyone would like to come up and answer some questions, please. Morning.
Morning.
So you did provide a brief or an overview of the project. Let's, for the record, state how many jobs are we talking about at this particular site? How many jobs are being preserved or created?
Okay, so the 300 to 400, or I think it was 300, up to 300. So we currently, at our current location, we are allowed to have up to 300 employees. I don't know the exact number we currently employ at that location, but we intend to have the same maximum number of employees at the new location off of Riverside. And then to clarify, what the mayor was referring to earlier was construction jobs.
Which is important, sure.
So
Yeah.
there's a difference, right?
Mhm.
There's the temporary construction jobs that are generated where we pay prevailing wage for construction, and then there's the full-time.
And that's what I'm referring to, the ongoing jobs.
Yes, so we're allowed up to 300 employees at this location.
Okay. Well, hey, I'm happy. Hire more. We need more jobs. But but the question is, you have clarified this is not going to be, as much as we'd like it, it's not going to be the world's largest Costco. I want to be clear about that. I know that was reported, but this is just maybe by square footage because of the other, what is it, the MOD? What is it? The market?
MDO.
Yeah, MDO, I'm sorry. Yeah.
That's
Can you
correct.
clarify that, please?
Sure. So as we saw on one of the slides earlier, we have what is our typical Costco warehouse. These are buildings that we currently build. It's our current master plan for any new location where we're building a Costco currently. And then this particular project, and we have about 17 more in the pipeline that are supposed to open by the end of this year that have an MDO component, an integrated market delivery operations, and that's what adds to the square footage of the overall building.
Right.
So I don't know if that answers your question.
It does. So even with having this new component to it and the irregular Costco that you already have at West Shaw that will move here, you're saying it's not going to create additional jobs?
So we currently have MDO in Fresno that we're leasing a building, and we have those operations.
So it's all coming to one place.
So it will those jobs will transfer to this location as well.
Okay.
So we will keep those jobs in place for all of our employees that work at both the existing MDO and our current warehouse at Shaw.
Okay. Among some of the criticisms you hear, whether it's for something like this or any new type of development, is the impact on property values. Do you have any data regarding whether or not building a Costco in a neighborhood reduces property or impacts property values in any way?
So I'm laughing because I actually just heard a story the other day from one of our real estate directors who told me that his experience in the past has been people are concerned about property values, but we have not seen, going back looking at properties that have now a Costco in their vicinity, where the values have not gone down. But I can't make that statement because I haven't done the market research.
So when you guys do this, you don't provide cities like data, like for example, it will not reduce property values because X, Y, and Z. There's nothing like that you guys can share with us today?
I don't know that we do. It'd have to probably go back to our market research department to see if we have data that we can publicly share. I have heard in quite the opposite situation where we've actually had property values go up, not down.
Okay. You know, if possible, that would really help because as a policymaker, when I hear that kind of a thing, and it happens for all kinds of projects, it's one of the, frankly, a NIMBY response. It would really help me to be able to say, well, actually, this is the reality with data.
I'm going to turn it over to Tom Mahoney. He is our real estate director on this project.
My name is Tom Mahoney. So in answer to your question, because there are so many variables that go into property values, we actually don't have any data that would ascribe to, up or down. But anecdotally, to Perry's point, looking back, we've only seen property values increase. But again, hard to ascribe that to a Costco being there or not being there.
I can't tell people, well, Costco says it's true. If you ever get any third-party data, that would really help me a lot, just in general. Okay, interesting. Can anyone tell me about the economic benefit for the city? Do you have any data on, for example, the contributions in sales tax revenue or anything like that? I mean, in general, without any proprietary information you can share with us. so we can show the value of.
I think as to the mayor's comments, we have seen on average Costco sales have increased by 15%. And in this case, where the amenities will be increased significantly in terms of size, the new car wash and others, we think that 15% is definitely supported in this case. We don't have sales tax data available to us to be able to speak specifically to that, but at least as to sales, we think it's a supportable statement to say they'll rise by at least 15%.
Okay.
And then I'd also like to point out that our lease at our current location, it expires next year.
Yeah, we got a letter regarding that.
So once that store is closed, there goes the sales tax.
Yeah, so that's a good point. This is also about sales tax preservation, so that we maintain that.
Was there anything? I mean, the potential location being where it is a potential we can pull in more business. Let's say residents from Madera coming in and spending money in Fresno and generating revenue for the city. Correct?
Yes, we see that to some degree today, and we think, especially with the improvements that have been made and will be made to the road network, we think that's going to, at a minimum, maintain and likely increase.
Okay. So I actually grew up in Northwest Fresno. I've been going to the West Shaw location since as long as I can remember. Question for you is, it's grown. There's more services that have been added. The gas pumps weren't there growing up. There is a long line over there. Now, I understand those pumps are still going to stay where they are now. Can you just give me a little overview of the difference in services you're going to have at this location that you don't already have there, in like higher capacity, things like that? And like the market delivery option, tell us what that means and what that offers to, let's say, does it serve businesses in the area? Does it serve, who are the customers for the market delivery option?
Sure. So can I answer that one first?
Sure.
So the MDO is basically what we call our last mile delivery service. So we have been exploring going into the omni-channel version of our business model, providing our members the opportunity to purchase products online. And a lot of those products are bulky, large TVs, mattresses, furniture, appliances. And so the market delivery operations component that is an integrated part of our business, and it's one that we're building out pretty regularly now, allows our delivery to come from our distribution centers. It gets distributed onto smaller trucks, and those trucks then make their way into the neighborhoods to deliver those products to our members.
So if I'm a consumer, it makes it easier for me to purchase bulky items which I would get through a store like Costco.
Correct.
Okay, so it
Correct.
increases that option. Okay. And then I'm going to ask staff about the traffic patterns. We'll take care of that later. But thank you for that information.
Sure. And
then the other question.
Yes,
I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
To speak towards the ancillary businesses that are going to be provided in the new project, they are consistent with what is there at the Shaw location in terms of the business itself. What is going to be improved is the size and the modernization and efficiency of those businesses. So we still have things like a bakery and a meat prep and a deli prep and food service and tire installation. All of those ancillaries that exist in the Shaw location will exist in the new location. But size, efficiency, quality of the spaces is going to improve.
On a lighter note, you guys got rid of the churros. I'm very disappointed in that.
I have no comment.
Yeah. Okay. Are there any renderings of the aesthetics of like what it's going to look like? Let's say, and I'll give you an example. If I'm a resident living on the other side of Riverside, I'd like to see what I'm going to be looking at in terms of vegetation when it's matured, or the new upgrades to the roads that are going to be there.
They're not in the slide deck. We don't have them in the current slide deck. We do have them available.
But they're created. They're out there.
They're created and out there, and they were shared during the Planning Commission presentation, but they were reduced from the slide deck for this presentation.
Okay. That would be something that would be very important to have at some point. So, okay. I'm going to come back. I have some questions for staff, but I'm going to ask staff before I ask you this other question on the little piece of property you have at the corner. Regarding the petition of support, this is something that we received, if I can find it. Sorry about that. there's this, we got, I think, a attachment with maybe 400 of these little petitions of support. It's kind of like a form letter with some information. A lot of the people that signed it don't actually have zip codes in the area. I'm just wondering, how did you actually get, was it just at your store and people signed it, or how did you obtain signatures for this?
Yes, we were at the store for 2 days, and so there were a number of members, as you mentioned, from Madera, who were very excited about the new location, but many of them were also from within Fresno.
Okay. Can we pull up the slide? You had one slide on community giving. That's possible. And then I just want to start by saying this. I think it's great when businesses choose to give back to the community. It's not for me to say how you're going to be charitable, but it was referenced in this paper that you had people sign in support. I just want to be clear on some of the things that were stated. It said Costco budgets 1% of pre-tax profits for select charitable contributions focused on children, education, health, and human services. It doesn't quite say, are you saying the West Shaw location, for example, what's the policy? Does that get spent somewhere within the city of Fresno? Or does that go to a fund that gets distributed to Costco charitable beneficiaries all over the state or country?
That's okay. We have our general manager from the Shaw location here, so I thought he might want to chime in here. So how do we select the charities that we donate to?
So we have Juan Bautista, general manager. So we have a program set in place. It's called Feeding America. So everything goes to them, and they're in charge of distributing to the food banks.
Well, I see that here. It does mention that there's your location donated over 202,000 pounds of food to local food banks. Is that what you say by the 1% of pre-tax profits go to food? Because I'm confused. Are you taking food out of your inventory and donating it? Is it food that's close to expire? Not that it's expired. You're going to donate.
That can't
to
be
food
on the
bank?
shelf anymore. Yeah.
Okay. So I understand that, but is that really the same as 1% of pre-tax profits? Does that make any sense? Because it seems like it's kind of like you're double dipping in that.
So the 1% is probably not associated with the food product.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
It's actual dollars that we donate.
But you give it to an organization, and that organization chooses where it goes to, and not necessarily in the city of Fresno.
Correct. So in every community we build in, we have our operations department and our general managers identify local charities that they would like to contribute toward, and that money is earmarked to go out to a local charity. And so if it's a charity that has multiple locations, then that's just part of the charity's decision to have community benefit from.
I don't want to harp too much on this. Just in the petition you had people sign, and maybe that's the wrong word, in the support letter you had people sign, you just say that you're an active member of the local community. You generate 1% of the pre-tax profits that the people pay into the Costco and Shaw, but you don't necessarily, that money doesn't necessarily go back into some charity in the city. It can go anywhere potentially. I just want to be clear on that. That's why I'm asking.
I don't know if we're answering your question here.
Sure.
Each location, when we donate, the intent is for that money to go back to the community in which we serve.
Right. That's terrific. I'm just trying to see the money, I don't care where it goes. It's grateful that it goes somewhere. I just want to make sure when you tell the people that sign this does that money go to charities within the city of Fresno or the county of Fresno, or does it go to like Costco corporate, for example, and that gets distributed somewhere? I want to know if that money is staying here in the community.
It is staying here in the community.
Okay, and there's data to support that?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I want. Thank you. That helps a lot. Okay. Now I'll go to, it mentioned a backpack giveaway. I'm just curious, what schools got the backpacks? Or how many were there? It said,
there were 2 last year, Jefferson and Central.
Okay, great. Awesome. Thank you. Okay. Question for staff. If we could start with planning, please. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
And again, I appreciate the patience of the council.
Good morning. I am going to be the director of ceremonies, so I'm going to point at people who are going to answer questions, but we'll see what I can do. Jennifer Clark, Director of Planning.
Thank you so much, Director.
Yep.
So I want to talk about the current zoning. I know there's a request to change the zoning and to a different category, but I want to be clear on something. This property has been zoned commercial for a very, very long time.
Yes.
Maybe a different name, but the current zoning is consistent with having a Costco type business there.
Correct.
So we're not changing that. Whether we rezone it or not, Costco by right can be at that property.
Correct.
Okay, that's one thing I think was a little bit confusing in some of the public comment we got. People are assuming we're changing the zoning that allows the Costco. The Costco is already permitted by right.
The Costco is already a permitted use. A warehouse format retail is a permitted use in the current zone district. That is correct.
Okay, got it. This might be a more appropriate question for City Attorney, but what is the consequence if we just say, without any appropriate findings, we say, well, we don't want Costco here because of whatever reason, and we deny them? There are limitations to our ability to do that, correct?
You mean under the current zoning, could we deny a development permit application?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking? There are findings that need to be met, so the city would need to make findings on the use and the operations per the current development code for development permit application. It wouldn't be based on whether or not it was Costco. It would be based on the use and whether or not it met the findings within the development code.
I only ask that because I think there are some people that make a lot of statements and they say, well, we don't want it, you need to kill it. We can't. It is a permitted use.
As long
without
as
without findings.
Yes, as long as they are operating within the development code, it is a permitted use. Yes.
Okay, that's all the questions I have for planning.
Okay.
I appreciate it. So, Public Works.
Good morning, Harmon Dollywall, Public Works, Licensed Engineer Manager. Happy birthday, Georgianne.
Very smart move.
Yeah.
And I'm also going to ask if we can pull up a map of the area. What I'd like you to do is walk me through traffic patterns, not for the trucks specifically, but just for the customers, the customers that come through there. If I'm coming in from the west or the east, what is that going to look like, and what is the traffic pattern going to be?
So from the west, you will have two options, and I'll let...
So coming off the 99?
Coming off the 99, yeah, from west or Golden State, you'll have two options. You likely will be able to make a left to go northbound on Riverside, and then enter off, I think the main entrance is on Fur Avenue, which lines up just to the north there, which is the entrance street to the subdivision, also to the west. And the second option will be you continue east on Herndon and make a left turn onto what is currently a paper street, which is North Arthur, which will go away as a public street, but will still remain as a private driveway.
So for residents that live in the area, they may see one very large lot, and in the somewhere in that lot, they'll see some power lines. That's actually the kind of the property dividing line, sort of?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's actually two lots there. Costco's not occupying the whole property.
No, there's right. Two lots that existing that are there, and Costco is on the western side of that power line easement.
And near those power lines, there's a new road, or North Arthur Avenue is going to be built out all the way to Spruce.
Yeah, but as just a private street,
Which
it's going to be built by Costco, maintained by Costco. It's not going to be a public street.
Okay. So if I'm coming in from the west, I'm on Herndon Avenue, for example. I'm going to likely turn on North Riverside Drive, go northbound, and try to turn into the Costco.
Correct.
Before I get to Spruce, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What upgrades are being made to the roadway right now? I know there's a trail that's going to go in, which I'd like you to go into detail on. What upgrades going to be made for cars and pedestrians?
So there are quite a few upgrades, and I'll try to remember them all. But
as best you can.
Yeah, best as I can. Eastbound Herndon at Riverside is going to get upgraded to have dual left turn lanes. So currently only has one because northbound Riverside only has one receiving lane. So that's going to be both widened. So Riverside gets widened to two northbound lanes, which allows for the dual eastbound left turn lanes at Herndon. So you'll have more capacity for left turns from Herndon to northbound Riverside. There will be a new signal at Fur and Riverside to help with, the entry and exit from the Costco property. And then Costco is also constructing Spruce Avenue from Riverside to the east, which lines up with Sandrini Avenue, which is a local street just to the east of the project.
Okay. And then the trails,
Yes, so currently Costco is proposing along their parcel a trail on Herndon, on the north side of Herndon, and on the east side of Riverside.
Okay. And the one for the east side of Riverside, so for example, if I want to go to the Riverside Golf Course, there'll be a trail connecting, right? There's nothing right now, it's just dirt lot.
The trail, yeah, so you would get to the intersection of Riverside and Spruce, and then you would have to use the crosswalks to get to the west side and use the existing sidewalk that's there to take you to the golf course and to the trail that's on the south side of the river, yeah, behind those Lennar subdivisions.
Okay. If we can look at the map, Brianna, if you wouldn't mind going to where it says West Spruce Avenue, or actually, can you zoom in a little bit? That northern part. And then let's see a little bit more towards the west, to the left. Actually, that's good enough. So, see there's where the dirt meets that Daryl's mini storage right there. That's Strother and Spruce. Right now, that's not open.
Yes.
Now, I know there's been reports of, because it's kind of a hidden corner that's not very well lit, the neighborhood's reported, oh, people are doing X, Y, and Z over there, or they're just loitering or whatever. One of the concerns that's been raised, one of the concerns I have as well, is opening Spruce to traffic, because Spruce itself is such a wide road. There's always the concern of speeding. We get complaints about people revving their cars and going through Hayes, going through Spruce, going to Polk. How is this? I'm worried about what traffic, instead of getting out on Herndon, is going to go down there to go to Hayes or go all the way to Polk to get out. And the increase in neighborhood traffic on such a wide road, what mitigation measures are being taken, traffic calming measures are being taken?
So the portion of Spruce that's going to be constructed and was conditioned on Costco is only going to be a 3-lane collector, so that's only going to be 72-foot of right-of-way. So it's not going to be the full 5-lane old collector standard that is existing to the east. And I believe there is an existing always stop at the intersection of Spruce and Hayes, or that exists. And I don't have the traffic study in front of me, and it's kind of been some time since we reviewed that, but there weren't any traffic impacts to Spruce that showed that a lot of the traffic would be utilizing Spruce.
We don't know that, because, and I know what you're saying, we can only go based on data, but the thing is, it's amazing that the traffic patterns people follow, even if it's longer, they think it saves them time. And once we open that, we really don't know. What happens if we do that, and then after we do that, oh, it turns out it does meet the warrants for a new signal at Hayes and Spruce. How do we find the funding for a new traffic signal when it is because of the impact of this new commercial
yes, so
space?
those funding impacts, we would likely, our team here would likely do a lot of, we would get requests for studies. We'll do, verify the area, study the area to see if there are any requirements for signals. But that intersection at Spruce and Hayes is not on our signal priority list. It's not on it's not in our reimbursement program that signal would ever be needed. In the future, it might be, but currently we have not analyzed it for a signalized intersection.
Any traffic mitigation measures to reduce potential increases in traffic for people transitioning from Spruce after Strother and going towards Polk?
No. So they, like I said earlier, that this part of Spruce is going to be a narrower section. So it's it's not as wide. It's not the 5-lane collector. It's
but
a 3-lane.
It's going to go from narrow to wide.
It's going to go narrow to wide, and the only existing traffic improvements are that it's Spruce and Hayes is a always stop currently, and that's going to remain.
That's a big concern. We'll move on, but that's going to be a very, very big concern for me. I think here's my concern. So when the Costco was built out at Shaw, it was built the way it should have been built. It was approved. It met the needs of the time. But again, over time, they gained more popularity. More people went there. It was a destination. And now we have this cluster at the location at Shaw, and they're moving here. And I don't want to just approve things saying, well, this is what we think is the minimum. We're going to do this today. And then the taxpayers are on the hook 5, 10 years from now or whatever to pay for upgrades because we know how hard it is. My colleagues can say how hard it is to get money for a traffic signal upgrade or a new signal altogether. That's just something that's bearing on my mind right now. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. Just wanted to add in terms of Spruce Avenue to what Mr. Dhaliwal had shared. One thing that we found is the city of Fresno really back in the 1980s and 1990s did not do a lot of long-range planning. And so what happened with a number of collectors is they were one size fits all. Every single one was designed and built as a 5-lane collector. There were no studies to really see what the actual projected volume would be at that time. Fast forward 21st century, more investment was made in that planning and found indeed, as we found a number of them are severely overbuilt. Examples are Spruce as a 5-lane roadway, Bullard Avenue just near Grantland, also 5-lane, many in northeast, southeast Fresno. We've had challenges with speeding on those roadways, sometimes them used for sideshows due to width. So if we could go back in time, most definitely we would have planned and had development build Spruce Avenue down to Herndon, Polk, and Spruce as a 3-lane collector. That would be more than adequate. And with the Costco volumes and that use, that street actually helps relieve congestion on Herndon by providing the neighborhood opportunity to use a smaller collector street to navigate to that location. So just wanted to add to that. The street is operating at a very good level of service A today. We're confident in the future that Hayes and Spruce will be adequate as an always stop.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify, that Spruce and Hayes is actually a 2-way stop. So I don't think it meets quite what you were talking about. And I think I'd like to get an update from staff of maybe a traffic mitigation plan, because I really anticipate it's going to create a lot of headache and problems. Now, I mean, yes, we have residents that live there that may want to go shop at the Costco, and it's a lot easier in terms of VMT to be able to go down Spruce to the Costco rather than going all the way to Hayes and all the way around to Arthur, and I can understand that. I can concede that point, but there is going to be higher traffic in the area. It is an extremely wide road. I understand what you're saying. I understand what the director is saying, but it's going to be hard for me to support this without any mitigation in place or some kind of traffic calming in place. We're still going through this, but that's just kind of where I'm at right now. Because my biggest concern of everything I've read is the impact of traffic flow in the area. Let's talk about, I don't know if you have a picture of that, the truck traffic, because there's a proposal to downgrade Herndon from an expressway to a super arterial between Hayes and Riverside Drive. And the advantage of doing that, it allows us to create a left turn pocket onto this new Arthur Avenue. Yep. And that's to keep the trucks off of Riverside Drive and not on Riverside Drive. Is that correct?
Yes, that was, so we had looked at the project. Costco presented both options of the possibility of Herndon being downgraded to a super arterial or it remaining as an expressway as it currently sits today. With the proposal, if the the general plan amendment is approved to downgrade Herndon to a super arterial and to allow the opening, what Public Works reconditioned the project to do was construct a median opening to allow left turns onto Arthur or that private driveway, but no left turns out of the site onto eastbound Herndon. So it'll be limited to, we call it a 3/4 opening, which is limited left in, and right out.
Okay. And we did the same thing, this is before I was a council member, for the El Paseo Shopping Center to turn into the Target Panera shopping parking lot, is that correct?
Correct, yeah, that was also before my time, but it'll be very similar to what is at El Paseo, yes.
Okay. Do we have a map of I know I saw it somewhere in the presentation, or at least in our documents.
I think that was on the Costco presentation, yeah.
Okay, that shows the actual traffic pattern. Thank you, Brianna. Because I want to be clear on this point, that there is going to be no truck traffic for the last mile from Costco going through Riverside Drive. It's all going to go on the other side where Arthur is that they're building. Is that correct?
So that would be a question for the Costco team. Currently,
let me have them answer that real quick, if that's okay.
Okay.
Can you answer that question about the truck traffic? So this is a map showing traffic patterns for the trucks.
Correct.
And it doesn't show anything to Riverside Drive. So are you saying the trucks will not be on Riverside Drive? Because I don't want to have someone call me a year from, or 2 years from now, hey, you said it wasn't going to happen, but it's out there now.
So Costco's preliminary entrance for trucks is off of Arthur Avenue. Not every single truck that comes onto the Costco property is a Costco-directed truck. There are other vehicles from vendors that come and drop off goods to the store that are not directed by Costco. Costco can implement that restriction for their trucks.
Well, where's the loading dock?
The loading dock is on the
In
southern
general, just for the Costco itself.
It's on the southern side of the property. So you can see kind of where those dashed lines are coming into. They're both on the southern side of the property. There's one 4-bay dock facing to the west and one 4-bay dock facing to the east.
So you're telling me there's no way Costco, one of the biggest retailers in the world, can't make the trucks say you're only going through Arthur? I mean, things might happen once or twice. I get that.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying that things may happen once or twice, but Costco can direct their trucks to all come in and use Arthur.
If that's going to happen, I see very little incentive to downgrade Herndon to a super arterial. I'm just saying, my incentive to do that and my explanation to the residents are, well, I'm doing that. It's not going to be an expressway anymore, because you'd be surprised how many people get really upset about that. We've talked about that, Scott. I can say, well, we're doing it because we want the truck traffic going through Arthur, which Costco's also building and maintaining. That makes it really easy for me. But you're saying that's not necessarily the case.
I'm saying that all trucks that are directed by Costco, so all of our warehouse delivery trucks and last mile delivery trucks will use Arthur as their primary entrance.
And will Costco make any reasonable effort to get as many trucks as possible that aren't Costco-controlled trucks, but you pay for those goods, so you have some leeway? Will you do anything in your power to actually get those trucks to use Arthur and not Riverside?
Yes.
Yes, we can definitely enforce that. Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm going to come back to that, but that helps. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yep.
Thank you very much. And going back to Public Works, can we talk about Arthur Avenue a little bit? Because there is that vacant lot that's there right now where those power lines are between the Daryl's Mini Storage, and that's zoned for multifamily. So it will eventually become a multifamily complex, correct?
Not
potentially.
Yeah, potentially. If that's what the current zoning is, then yes.
Based on the current zoning.
Yep.
So Arthur Avenue is going to have how many lanes?
That's like we said, it's a private street, so I don't think it's going to have any striped lanes. It's just going to be a paved roadway section. I'm not sure how wide. If it's two-way traffic, minimum 24 feet is what I can assume. Right. I would have to verify with the approved site plan that Costco has to show what the private street of Arthur is going to look like.
Now, I know we've got to be careful. We can't necessarily put this on Costco folks, but what happens when, let's say, we do build a multifamily complex? Is that the developer for that complex going to have to come up with the money to pay for an upgrade to a much more appropriate road? Because, again, I'm concerned about people avoiding Arthur and now just going through Spruce and barreling down that wide road to get to Hayes or get to Polk, when there's not even a proper stop sign set up or traffic signal set up at Spruce and Hayes. This is what I'm envisioning in my mind. I mean, I have to look at the worst case scenario, and this could very well happen.
So I think on that option, I would have to look to planning to see if we have any cross-access requirements that allows that future development to use the private street from Costco. If they're, those residents are allowed to cross over and just go directly to the Costco site if they are Costco members. Okay, I'll let Cassie jump in too.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Cassie Cuso, Kipling Horn, civil engineer. So the current road section is 30 feet wide, what's being proposed, so it is more robust than just a single lane in each direction. And with the current deal and the vacation, there is a cross-access agreement. So there will be access permitted and curb cuts that can be installed on that for whatever develops to the east of the property to use that drive.
Okay, all right. I don't know, I should have asked this earlier with planning. If there is again, we don't have any plans in place. We have no idea how many units we're talking about. But if a multifamily housing development is built on that vacant lot, which is, again, permitted by right, how wide would the road have to be for something like that? Is 30 feet enough? I know it's difficult to answer that question because we don't have anything that's proposed.
Right. So what I'm hearing is dependent on the development proposal that the 30 feet right of way would be appropriate for a higher density residential project.
Great. That helps. Thank you. And then regarding the turn pocket on Herndon onto Arthur, so let's say you're going to be going eastbound, trying to turn onto Arthur if you're the truck. Will there be markings on the road? I know there was for Weber, but they say do not block, so that people don't. I don't know if the people that are going westbound on Herndon don't block that access, so they don't have a long.
So currently, we're going through the plan review with Costco team. We have not made that a comment, but if that is a request, we can probably look into that and add that. That's just a striping comment we can make on the plan review.
Okay. And then could we talk a little bit about, and I don't know if it's more appropriate for Costco or for Public Works, but talking about queuing for the gas station.
Yeah, probably going to be Costco.
Okay.
Yep.
We do have a slide on our presentation that has some information on queuing. It's the last slide after the thank you slide. Thank you. Just to briefly describe our queue management, Costco has, in the traffic analysis or the study of the fuel facility with a 32 dispenser location, there's the anticipation that there is a 30 vehicle queue beyond those at the dispensers during the 95th percentile use of the property or use of that facility, which is highlighted in the image above in regards to those red boxes outside of the fuel facility. The black boxes are the cars that are in dispenser locations. Red boxes are cars outside. On occasions where there is an excess number of cars, there is a plan to block off with those, where those little orange dots are, traffic coning the additional queue length down an internal drive on the Costco property rather than allowing it to leak out onto the private Arthur Drive.
But so you're saying if it gets to, and I appreciate the planning for that, if it gets to a point where the demand is so high, there's more queuing, the access to Arthur Avenue to exit will be, at least for a while, removed.
That single access would be removed. There is another access just to the south of that would remain open, and
okay.
And there's another access to the south of the warehouse to Arthur that would also remain open.
So there's three on that side.
There's three accesses on Arthur. One of the three would be closed.
Okay.
There is also an access that you could exit onto Spruce. There are also multiple onto Riverside.
Well, I like that you're already anticipating potential. That's good to hear. Potential increase in demand. So, okay. That answers that question. And a question for planning. Planning, thank you.
Yep.
There was a exhibit D3 that had several mitigation measures, and there was something about, for example, a wall near the loading dock and various other things. Are these all mitigation measures they're required, or do they get to choose among a list of mitigation measures?
So, Council member, you're referring to a noise mitigation measure, so an impact from noise. So, and the environmental consultant is here and can address specifically that question. However, generally speaking, the project has assessed whether or not it exceeds thresholds for noise. There is a requirement in the EIR for them to reduce and mitigate the noise levels to below that threshold, and there are options for making that happen. You're asking specifically what those options are and what can be directed by council. So I would defer to the environmental consultant. And are they here or are they online? Oh, hello. Sorry, I didn't recognize an old friend. Here you go, Mike.
Yeah, it's not my first time here. Members of the City Council, Mike Parker with Ascent Environmental. I'm the principal of the EIR. I have my project manager, Jessica Babcock, here, and some members from our consultant team who are specialists who, if we want to get into the details, I can defer to. But generally speaking, I think we're talking about mitigation measure 3.11-5, which is essentially to minimize the single event noise caused by trucks that would travel by a residential area. We found that the excess noise would be like 1.4 decibels over the city's standard, which is not very high. And so we proposed 2 mitigation measures. One, basically, I would not call these optional. They are required, but either one of them would reduce the impact sufficiently. As an urban planner, I understand that there's not usually a huge desire for sound walls in cities, so we usually try to figure out maybe alternatives instead of just requiring a sound wall. So here we have the option of doing rubberized concrete to reduce the impact, or a sound wall. So if the Costco decides the rubberized concrete is not something they can do, because that's usually a more expensive thing, they could revert to the sound wall. But either one would sufficiently reduce the impact.
This has been very helpful, and that's kind of what I want to get into. Before I vote on this, I'd really like to know which one they're choosing. And this is a perfect example of where there is a choice, but it would be good to know what they're going to go with. So can you tell me about the sound wall? Because you said a sound barrier taller than 6-foot cinder blocks that is currently present from West Spruce to West Herndon Avenue. I don't, where is the current wall?
Yeah, wall along the residential side, because we're protecting.
There is one on the other side for the development, yes.
Yeah, we're protecting the residences, so the option would be to increase the size.
Oh, on their side?
On their side, yes.
Okay. Okay, that helps.
All right.
Thank you.
Cool. Any other questions?
No, that's helpful. Yeah. And then there was discussion of the golf course netting. I'd really like to go to staff if they have any comments or questions about that, because I'm very concerned about the cost to taxpayers for having to put golf course netting. I think I saw one number, it was millions of dollars.
So I would like to just state for the record that in the project description, it specifically states that a new fence and nets to prevent errant balls from striking
Director
vehicles.
Clark, I'm sorry, I'm going to have you just pause for a moment. Please turn off the sound, Mr. Elizondo. I'm sorry, Director, go ahead, proceed.
Thank you. So in the project description, a new fence and nets to prevent errant balls from striking vehicles and pedestrians would be installed along the northern boundary of the roadway. The project description is created prior to the development of the EIR. So this is a part and parcel of this environmental document. And the project description, as you all know, is the foundation upon which an environmental analysis is conducted, and changes to these details can require that analyses be redone or that new analyses be completed. So I think it's important to note that if we change what the project is, that it could result in additional analyses. So a net, it doesn't specify how tall the net should be. That is at the discretion of the development director to determine what it would be. So once the project has been approved and is moving forward, then we would determine the necessary height and placement of the net. But it is called out specifically in the project description.
Okay, good, that helps a lot. I just have 3 more points and questions. One for Public Works. One of the people providing public comment today mentioned why Weber wasn't included in the study, but I believe I read somewhere there is some mitigation being done on Weber, do not block, paint and things like that. Is that correct?
So I believe the existing Weber north leg has the do not block markings already, and that was placed. And Weber in the future, or once high-speed rail is under construction, Weber will not have a connection to Herndon Avenue, because Herndon is going to be grade separated and go below the track. So Weber will be cul-de-saced, and that access point will no longer exist.
Okay, that's good to know. Okay, thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you.
And then for the Costco folks, I don't know if we can pull up a site, can we pull up their presentation and look at the site map of what they have right now? At the corner, oh, pull up their presentation, and there should be something that shows the trees, and it may be a different image. And while we're doing that, I have another question about the car wash, if anyone wants to come up and answer that. Yep.
I'm ready for some Thin Mints, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Regarding the car wash, so this is a fairly newer concept for Costco. You have some car washes, but it's not like a standard feature, correct?
Correct.
What happens if, let's say, 5 years from now, like your amazing churros, you somehow decide to get rid of it? Question is, what do you do with that space? Has there been any contingency plans placed for that space?
So actually, when we look at these projects, sometimes we have to look at whether a car wash is a benefit to our members. It's not something we generally make a lot of money from. It's really more of a convenience feature for our members. And we haven't had one where we've removed a car wash, but I do know in our planning stage, when we decide we don't want a car wash, we just replace it with parking.
Well, and that's good. It's good to know. I mean, I'd like to know what contingencies are considered, because maybe, I mean, look, it's a business. Maybe it's just, maybe there's liability issues, too many false claims for, oh, you broke my antenna, whatever. And you may decide, I don't want to have a car wash anymore. That could also be a potential area to address the long queues of for the pump stations. I mean, I appreciate the pump stations are moved to where they were. They're away from the homes on that side. But has there been any talk about that?
No, not at this stage, because our plan was to put in a car wash along with the fuel station.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you are familiar with some of our locations where we remodeled or made improvements, like at the Shaw location. We're sort of out of space now to continue to increase and renovate that building to make it a better shopping experience. But we're always looking at how our warehouses perform. So should there be a need to expand the gas station at some point, or remove the car wash, or somehow alter something on this property that would make it better, we usually do that. So it's hard to say what we would replace the car wash with, but it is something we do consider, and we would obviously be coming back to you all or to planning if we were to make a change.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then, yeah, perfect. So,
actually, we have one more comment. Or
yes,
answer.
please.
Hi. I wanted to speak to the issue of the netting condition, if that's okay.
I don't have questions about that. That's okay. I mean, maybe if someone else wants to ask about that, but I'm going to go back and talk about this corner space. But thank you. If we can go to, is it possible to zoom in, Brianna, to where that bottom left corner is? There's a little bit of, there's a traffic, yeah, right there where the traffic light is. Can you zoom in on that part? I thought I saw another rendering that had a little tiny green space at that corner. But it looks like it's not there. So that's just going to be, I guess this is for the architect, that's just going to be parking then up until where the trail is? Okay. I don't know. I thought I saw a rendering with a little bit of a green area, but okay, that answers my...
So I can maybe help clarify that.
Please.
So we actually, in talking to the community and the neighbors and taking consideration the truck noise and routing, we rerouted our trucks so that they only come in off of Arthur. And as such, we had to create enough space for our trucks to maneuver back there. And so what we did was we altered the parking configuration on the southern property line. And so that might be why you saw something maybe previously that showed a little more green space, but we replaced it with this skewed parking instead of the 90 degree.
Well, no, and if I had to choose between the two for the neighborhood, it would be, yes, we're not going to have that little piece of green space, but the trucks are going to go through Arthur, so I do appreciate that. That's a good thing.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Those are all the questions I have. I do have some general comments of how I'd like to proceed, but I also want to hear from my colleagues. I'm sure they have questions and comments.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Arias, floor is yours.
Thank you. To Costco folks, should stretch out because it's going to be a long series of questions from my end. Just for the record, as Member Carbasi indicated, as council members, we don't get to sit down with folks in advance on this matter. We have to do it on this public hearing setting. So some of these questions may sound basic, but they're not. And I would ask, though, that the Costco folks and staff, if you could please limit your responses to very clear and direct responses. If you engage in the legal, dance moves, then we're going to have a longer day today on this matter. I think you guys are all professionals. You do this for a living, and I'd like to get some very practical, direct answers from the applicants on this matter, as well as city staff. For the record, I've been a Costco member since a long time ago, 18 years, longer than I've had my kids. But I did get confirmation from the city attorney that even as a Costco member, I get to legally participate in this public hearing, as I'm sure so is the mayor, wherever he went, as a Costco member too. I do want to thank Costco on a couple of fronts prior to starting. Thank you for fully participating in the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act. Those of you who don't know, this body passed a policy a few years ago to stop the further saturation of liquor licenses in the city, given that we have 4 times more liquor licenses than any other city in the state. And Costco, as part of this application, is required to buy additional licenses and retire them in order for them to obtain one. You've demonstrated that it's not a barrier to companies like yours to help us deal with the bad decision-making of previous policymakers. Also, for full disclosure, some of my family and friends are employed by Costco, and I understand you guys are a good employer locally and corporately, so thank you for that. But that does not save you from some very direct questions and concerns that I have on your project. For the record, I think it's been referenced a few times, but I want confirmation. This is considered a relocation, correct? So there's no pitch that is solid that this is somehow going to generate a ton of additional revenue, because you're simply serving your existing customers with some additional capacity, correct?
Hi. Good morning. To answer your question, the relocation, our hope is that we can better serve our members with a more efficient access and array of products that we would normally sell at our existing, more current Costco's.
So why not just simply renovate your existing facility like you've done in other locations? Why leave us with the vacant building on Shaw and a huge footprint on Herndon?
So we actually have in the past renovated the Shaw location at least one time. We're out of space. That space cannot accommodate a full-size Costco warehouse.
So physically there's no space to make these improvements at Shaw?
That's correct.
And there's no other empty buildings on Shaw? I recall former Kmart, former Toys and Toy Store.
I can't speak to those properties because I'm not familiar with them. So
let me ask you this, or the city. I know you guys referenced that you've been in communication with the city staff for years now in the location. Whose idea was to go to Herndon versus the Shaw corridor that has empty warehouses all across that corridor?
Councilmember, I don't believe that the staff directed Costco to this particular location. The way staff is involved is an application or pre-application discussions are requested of the staff, and they inform a potential applicant on what would be required to locate at a particular location. But I don't believe that we were involved in directing them to this location.
Thank you. What are the plans for the vacant building that you're going to leave behind? The immediate plans, I know you don't own the building, correct? So is the owner here?
Hi, this is Tom Mahoney. We are a tenant, so there is a lease. The lease is set to expire, I believe it's September of 2025, and my understanding is the ownership's actively looking at what to do with the building for future options.
So city staff, is the owner fully responsible for, I know the gas pumps are going to remain, but is the current owner of the building responsible for ensuring the safety and security? Or are we going to have a fire hazard sitting there for years?
Councilmember, I know that in one of the supplemental packets, I'm trying to find it, there was a letter from the current owner of the property speaking in support. I'm trying to find it.
Understood.
Do you mind? I don't have it in front of me. Do you mind? I think they say something in there about a potential future use.
Yeah. What I'm specifically asking for is, what are the short-term plans for that building, and how long do you anticipate it sitting vacant?
Yeah, I can read the letter that they provided.
Is the owner here?
No.
Okay.
The Cashin Group did submit a letter that we included in the correspondence that we sent to the council yesterday.
Who's the owner for the record?
The Cashin Group is one of the owners.
So Ed Cashin?
Rob Cashin.
Rob Cashin.
Rob
I don't
Cashin?
believe I believe it's the children.
Okay. Well, if he's not here, then I'll let him speak for himself. But if we could get a communication from Rob Cashin on what his immediate plans are to secure that building when it becomes vacant. I want it on the record who's responsible, because I don't want to have code enforcement have to show up and demolish a vacant building that we knew years in advance was going to be vacant for a while. And staff, you indicated on the environmental study that there are certain mitigations that cannot be rectified. Can you walk me through which ones were determined that would not be addressed in the mitigation plan?
Yes, Councilmember, I'm actually going to defer to the environmental consultant, Jessica Babcock.
Is that the city's, can the city not address that?
Regarding more of the details of the significant and unavoidable impacts, I would prefer to...
Okay, that's a problem for me, because the city staff is recommending we approve this environmental study. So I'd like to hear from the city staff on what specific sections cannot be mitigated and why we're recommending approval of environmental study when we know that they cannot be mitigated.
Yes, sir. So one of the issues, and well, not issues, but I took over this project relatively recently, so I didn't have as heavy of involvement in the drafting of the EIR. If I had been more involved throughout the entire process, I would be able to give you that more detail. However, since I am relatively new, that's why I defer
Understood.
to...
So, Director, who from our staff can speak to that, since it's the city staff recommending approval?
So when we conduct an environmental impact report is for the purpose of determining and disclosing what the impacts are to the environment. In doing so, sometimes there are impacts that cannot be mitigated to below significant. In this particular case, there are 4 that cannot be mitigated to below significant, and for the specific details, I will defer to the consultant. However, they are outlined in the environmental impact report and in the mitigation and monitoring report. And I'm trying to pull up my 4.
So
here.
I'll do this. If the city staff cannot speak to them at this time, then I will defer that question for response later.
Okay.
I'm trying to be very intentional that the applicant is the applicant and the city staff who's recommending approval is the city staff.
Correct. So,
but hold on a minute, Jennifer. Can you talk to the point of when we require an EIR, like of what the role is between the city and the applicant and the EIR consultant? So we rely on
I
the
understand
EIR.
that role.
Okay.
Let me move on to my other question.
Okay.
There's been references to the Costco is not going to be the largest in the country because the physical square footage of retail is similar to existing ones, but it is the other operating components, which in fair description is a distribution center, correct, for large items? What is the other component of the physical building?
Hi, Anna Shimko. I'm the Land Use Counsel for Costco. The MDO is now an integrated part of a Costco warehouse store.
Can you define what an MDO is?
Yes, it's a market delivery operation.
Is that a distribution center?
It is not merely a distribution center. It is. It allows large items to be displayed, and so that people can see, for instance, a couch that they may want to buy. They can sit on it right there and decide that they want to buy it, and then it can be delivered from the store, from the MDO element.
Isn't that what you already have in a regular Costco? I can sit on the furniture when I walk in.
It's more than that. So it allows Costco to have those larger items that would not be accommodated within the normal footprint of the typical Costco.
But is it in the same physical building?
It is in the same physical building. It's all the same HVAC, same employees. They use the same forklifts, et cetera.
Okay, because it's been communicated several times that Costco is not as big as it is being proposed or the way it was reported, but it is part of the same physical store, correct?
It is part of the same physical structure, yes. And it is Costco's new prototypical model to have this component as part of the integrated Costco because of the way that people are shopping these days, both online and wanting to see the goods in the store, and it can get to them a lot faster. So with this component, for instance, people get goods within 2 days, whereas it previously took a lot longer.
Correct. And just for the record, trucks would have to deliver big, bulky items that they would not normally have in a regular Costco to this facility to then be re-delivered to the retail customer, correct?
Yes, they are box trucks, kind of a U-Haul size.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Thank you. On the car wash.
The EIR did cover all aspects of the project in its entirety, including emissions, and we do have the subcontractor from Consent, from Ramble. He can speak more to the analysis for the pollution, or the emissions, I should say, and his name is Eric Liu on Zoom, if you would like.
Yes, please. You know, while we wait for that person, what's the proximity of this facility to the nearest school? Can anybody address that?
He doesn't have audio.
How many feet? Is it a mile away? Is it 1,000 feet?
The nearest school is across Herndon. Granted, that is the back grass area, but nonetheless, it's part of the school, and it's approximately 200 feet between property lines.
So 200 feet. What's the operating hours of this establishment going to be?
9 a.m. to 8:30 p.m.
9 o'clock at night. That's just a rough.
Yeah.
I'll have to get back to you with the exact numbers. And same for the car wash.
How do you plan to mitigate the drop-off congestion that happens across the street at the school at the same time that your establishment is opening? And has Central Unified provided record support for this project on the record?
We have met with them. They did not, we met with the superintendent and they did not express opposition. And we have committed to meet with them. Their request was, once we get through our approvals, to meet with them to discuss specifically where the bus pickup, because the students, they do not like the students to cross Herndon. So right now there is pickup by bus all on the north side of Herndon. And so, and there is a bus stop, I believe right now it's on Spruce. And so once the approval was final and driveways are final and Public Works has done all their stuff on it, they want to meet with us. They were confident that the bus location, it might stay where it is, but it could shift somewhere and there would not be a problem.
So for the record, Central Unified is going to meet with you guys on mitigating the traffic after you get approved by the city?
Just the only thing that they were concerned about was where the bus stop might need to be relocated to. And they just wanted to wait. They didn't see it as being an issue.
Is that a city bus stop? Is that a city bus stop?
It's just a school, it's where the school bus stops.
Okay.
It's not a city bus stop. It's a kind of informal location is how we understood it.
So for the public's record, if Central comes complaining a year from now about the congestion and safety, we're going to put it back on their superintendent who has chosen not to request for any mitigations prior to approval. Just want to make sure that's clear for the public and the school district.
And one other thing I will point out that, our main store does not open until 9 a.m. to the public, and so the morning peak hour is not an issue.
What time does the gas open?
The gas opens earlier, but that will...
8 o'clock? 6 o'clock?
6 a.m.
And peak drop-off is between 7 and 8 o'clock at elementary school?
My understanding was it was between 7:30 and 8:30.
Okay. To the city staff, since the applicant has a right to develop the store, why are we proposing a rezone?
So currently, the project, a large box retail, could be built in the current zoning district with various permissions, right? The request to add the car wash is not a permissible use in the current zone district.
So the car wash triggers the rezone?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Public Works, they reference that they don't anticipate any additional mitigation having to be required. But in my recollection, the disaster of Chick-fil-A and In-N-Out at River Park was approved by this body and by the city staff. And most of it is by right. And every time we look to mitigate those traffic congestion matters, we are told that we have to come up with general fund money to fix them because the development was not required to make those improvements prior to being granted approval. In this case, I don't see how this facility of this size and scope, which is physically the largest in your company's profile and in the city, would not trigger additional traffic mitigations beyond what is being recommended by the city. From my perspective, the city is recommending the bare minimum, which means that 5 years from now, that neighborhood, rightfully so, will ask this body to fund mitigations that we should have funded and required prior to approval and construction of the facility. So I'm gonna not take the city staff's position that we don't anticipate encouraging ride-share programs. So I'm trying to ascertain, is this just fluff on a paper or is this an actual legitimate strategy? And what evidence do you have from your current operations that a quarter of your employees would take the bus to work? On your Shaw facility, you have a bus right in front of the facility. Are a quarter of your employees in the Shaw facility taking the bus to work? Do we have any evidence or any significant percentage of Costco employees taking a rideshare program to their Ashland site? Or is this just a way for an environmental study professional to say that you're addressing the VMT generation? Anybody? Any of you guys take the bus to get here today? 1, 2? What about anybody in the room take the bus to go to Costco?
Mike Parker from Ascent Environmental again. So our mitigation measure requires a percentage, and there's a bunch of different mechanisms that can be used to achieve that 26%. And so that is what the mitigation measure is identifying. As far as Costco having an existing program somewhere, I am not sure of that. I don't believe they do, that we've been informed, but this mitigation measure is a pretty standard one for VMT reduction.
Correct. Well, I know it's standard, but I don't see the reality of people taking the bike to work or taking the bus to work.
And some of that's why we conclude significant unavoidable, because we can't demonstrate that the project could meet 26%.
So the mitigations outlined in this proposal when it comes to ride share, bus ride, and taking the bike to work are really, you don't have any evidence to demonstrate that they're actually going to be achieved?
There's evidence for these types of uses achieving those things. I believe these come from CAPCOA guidelines, but I don't think there's necessarily Costco demonstrated achievement of those. But I mean, these are typically the types of mitigation measures that have been shown, and there is data showing what types of reductions can be achieved.
Yeah. Again, I'm trying to just be plain spoken here. As I've indicated, I've been a Costco member for 18 years. Anybody who goes to Costco goes there with your monthly worth of groceries and your big packages, none of which you're taking on a bike with you home. Right. And very rarely are you catching the bus.
So one of the reasons mitigation is really constrained for this use is because, generally speaking, members do not would not be able to use like bicycles and transit to transport some of these large bulk style items. So really the only...
Can Costco speak to how many of your employees ride the bike to work now?
I can't speak to quantities, but I can confirm that Costco will have bike rack storage inside of the warehouse.
Please come closer to the mic. Thank you.
Apologies. I can confirm that Costco does have or will have bike rack storage inside of the warehouse for employee use, as well as shower facilities, et cetera, in order to facilitate the use of bikes by employees.
Thank you. And is that something you have in your current stores, right? Including your most newly renovated Ashland facility in Clovis?
I can't speak to that at this moment.
Okay. One question on the mitigation fence.
Just to answer one of your other questions, you're asking how many employees ride their bikes to work. At our current location, we're looking at 4 to 5 employees that currently ride their bikes to work.
Of how many?
Out of how many? 300.
Okay.
And half a dozen or so do ride the bus. And we do have a bike rack in the back of the facility, and all new facilities do have bike racks in the back of the...
Can you put that on the record, please?
Please speak into the mic. Thank you.
Do you want to repeat it?
Yes, please, for the record. All this has to be on the record.
Okay. Yeah, so half a dozen employees do ride the bus to work. We know that, and we also know we do put bike racks usually in the back of the facility for our members or for our employees are lockable. Yes.
Okay. My last question is the 6 foot, at least 6 foot tall fence. What does that entail, and who determines exactly what type of fence gets put in? And are we talking trees also to mitigate the noise, or are we just talking a wood fence that's 6.5 feet?
Could you clarify which mitigation measure we're talking about? Because
there
are two.
Noise fence on Spruce Avenue.
The one on Spruce. I don't know if we had noise on Spruce. We had one mitigation measure requiring like either rubberized pavement or an increase in the wall height for residents along.
Yes, that one.
And, okay, so there's an existing CMU brick wall, and I believe it's designed to attenuate sound. So that one would be adding a couple feet, if that was the option, to reduce it by 1.4 decibels, I believe was the amount. So yeah, it's basically solid concrete wall, just a little bit taller than the one that's there now.
Okay. And is that for sure? Is that optional for you guys to come in with the wood fence?
There's no wood fence. This is a sound wall, concrete CMU.
All right, thank you. And just my closing comments. I'm going through all the environmental portions of this. I'm not ready to vote on this item today. I think there are some grave concerns that I still have around the significant traffic impact that this is going to generate. And I'd like to see a complete list from city staff on all the different intersection lights, all the different costs on traffic mitigations that are being proposed to be paid for by the developer prior to opening, and those that are not being proposed to be paid for by the developer. I want to know what the full build-out of that corridor would look like, and in essence, how much are we going to ask taxpayers a year or two from now to pony up because we didn't have one of the biggest corporations in the world pay upfront, as they're the ones who are creating this, additional traffic. It's no one else. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Chavez, you're up.
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple of questions, and I appreciate the conversation. I wish I could have emailed you these questions, but we did get a reminder from our legal folks that we should probably not contact you before and wait. So I have a couple of questions for the Costco representative. Maybe the general manager, the gentleman that spoke earlier, can speak about this. It has to do with your employees and the workforce. So who would be best to address that? So as you're marking up, I've also been a member of Costco for quite a while. I actually shop at your store, and so I'm very familiar with the traffic and the bottlenecks that sometimes it causes, not just because of your business, but there's other businesses there that cause a lot of other congestions. But my questions have to do with regards to your employees. I know that of the 56 union shops that you have, I think 40 of them are in California, and you take pride in making sure that you take care of your employees. So I want to make sure to give you an opportunity, maybe talk a little bit about what the compensation packages are for your employees, what's the hourly wages and things of that sort.
So we start off at $17 an hour. Our typical full-time employees making about over $30 an hour. Costco, we have a benchmark of 59% of all our employees are full-time, so we push for that very hard. It doesn't take long anymore these days to become full-time. We just had a 7-month employee become full-time. So.
And that was 59% of your employees are full-time?
59% of our employee base is full-time.
Okay. The remainder being just part-time?
Part-time.
And you define part-time 24 hours or less?
24 hours minimum.
Oh, minimum. Okay. And then what was the pay range again? It was at 17 to 30?
17 starting, and then it can go all the way up. 32. To 32.
What type of medical and dental plans do you offer your employees?
Full medical, full dental, vision. Yeah, very good, a very good benefit program.
And then as far as their retirement plan?
401k program, yes, which Costco contributes a portion of their contribution, yes.
Okay. With regards to your retention rate, what is the retention rate of employees that work for Costco?
It's got to be over 90%. I think it had to be over 90%.
And we promote from within, so,
Can you speak to the mic, please, just to make sure?
We do all promotions from within. So, everyone who's myself, we all started pushing carts. We all work from the bottom up. We have a high retention rate of employees. Once you become work for Costco, often after a few years at Costco, often they do not leave.
Yeah, and then you do have pretty good ratings with objective, third parties that gauge the
we take care of our employees. It's in our mission statement.
And then with regard, this will be my last question. Again, I wish I could have emailed them to you. The part-time employees that you have, do those part-time employees get benefits too?
Yes.
So same benefits that are offered to full-time, the part-timers get it too?
That's correct.
Okay. And last question, is your hot dog going to stay at $1.50?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. I really just had those questions with regards to workforce. I wanted to make sure that the same shop you had over there, because I do know some of your employees that work there, and I wanted to make sure that that was kept going at the other location. So with that, Council President, that'll conclude my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. I have no other council members who wish to speak. I'm going to just ask one question. Most of my questions have been answered. You mentioned your lease is up in 2025, is that correct? Is that the end of 2025?
Good morning. Yes, I believe it's September of 2025.
September, okay. So what would be the plan if the council, by chance, does not approve this application? Would you guys stay at the Shaw location, ask for an extension to your lease? What's plan B?
For right now, our full focus has been on trying to get this approved, so for the warehouse operations, so.
So
There's really no.
would you stay on Shaw Avenue?
I don't know the answer to that because we've been really just focused on trying to concentrate on this relocation.
Okay. Is there a chance that you would take it to a different city nearby if we don't approve this?
Again, we haven't really explored that. Anecdotally, I have seen that happen in other states, but there's been no discussion of that at this point because we're very focused on trying to stay in the city of Fresno.
Understood. Okay. Councilmember Karbasi, you wanted the floor again?
Thank you. I have just two questions and then my final comments. One question for Costco. What are the hours for the car wash?
6 a.m. to 8:30?
I'm looking up real quick. Bear
No
with
problem.
me 1 minute. Oh, you have it? For car wash?
The car wash is pretty new. I would imagine it's the same hours as the gas station.
So 6 a.m.?
I would imagine.
Okay.
I'd imagine. I could be wrong, but I would imagine.
Then can we pull
We're
that?
gonna look it up real quick.
Yeah, thank you. Can we pull that map up that earlier that showed where the gas pumps are? Or maybe just the whole overview?
So in our project description, I apologize for us not being prepared to
No, it's
answer
fine.
that right off the cuff. Our car wash hours are the same as the store hours.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it. And then on here, the car wash is located where?
The north end of the property to the left of the gas station.
Okay. And then we have those homes just west of there, correct? Across the street?
The homes, there's the island to the west of the car wash where the power lines go
And then
through.
across the way are the
And then
homes.
across Riverside,
Got it.
correct.
Okay, thank you. And then last question, that's good, thank you so much. Last question for staff, thank you so much. Can we, through whatever action we take, can we decide on different hours for the car wash or the gas station? Do we have that authority?
Yes. So the council does have the discretion to modify the hours of operation as long as it doesn't exceed what is in the operational statement. If it is a reduction, it would be a reduced impact. So that is a discretionary action that the city council could take.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yep.
So, lots of information. Appreciate everyone for answering and my colleagues for their input. I'm going to reiterate a few statements I made earlier. So I'm actually very excited about the Costco. Most importantly, I'm excited about relieving the bottleneck congestion of the Shaw location right now that borders my district and the council presidents. You know, it's a place a lot of our residents like to go and purchase, and that's important. It creates a lot of jobs, but it's just created a lot of traffic issues in the area. What I want to do is find a way where I can support this item. My goal is to say, yes, I approve. But I don't want to make a decision without considering the impact 5 years from now, 10 years from now. Because I don't want, before I leave this office, to have a situation where this new Costco becomes like the old one, where we didn't just anticipate things, we didn't ask the tough questions, we didn't work together with Costco and staff to make sure we're relieving those burdens. Because once this is approved, the taxpayers are on the hook. And that's something I mentioned earlier in my comments. So here's what I'm looking for to be able to make a decision on this. I'm looking for renderings. I know they were given to the Planning Commission. They weren't included today. I'm looking for a view of this new development for the existing residents that live off of Riverside, on the other side of Riverside. I'm looking for the view of the future residents who will live at the multifamily complex on the other side of Arthur will have. I'd love to see a rendering of what Arthur itself will look like in more detail. And also a view from the Riverside Municipal Golf Course we have that will see the car wash and the gas pumps as well. I'd like Costco to present alternatives if, in fact, they decide to close the car wash. Maybe it's just something that doesn't work, and if it's going to be a parking lot, fine, but I'd like to know that beforehand. And then when there's a mitigation measure option, I'd like to know which mitigation measure Costco is going to actually choose before we vote on this item. One example was given regarding noise. You mentioned the charitable organizations. Some of the answers given by Costco, frankly, weren't direct enough. I really would like a solid answer. It was brought up, can you give me a list of the local charitable organizations? I don't care who they are. I just want to make sure that was the case. That's fine. I'd like to see a list of that if possible. If you have any data, again, it was another question they weren't quite able to answer, on economic benefits. I know what it is. I'm a customer. I know what you do for this community, but I'd like to be able to communicate that to residents when I'm trying to make this decision. What are the economic impacts Costco has for our local economy? But also, if you have any data at all, I'm sure you guys have this, something somewhere on property value impacts. Because if someone's saying it's not going to hurt it, give me a way I can show that. Again, it's a NIMBY question I get. I've got to answer it somehow. And the biggest issue is traffic concerns. If we, in fact, do open up Spruce east of Strother, at the very minimum, I'm more than likely going to require a four-way stop if I have the authority to do that. I'd like you to meet with staff and come up with traffic calming measures. And also for staff internally, I'd like maybe a memo of if, in fact, that from traffic does end up moving to where people are going through Hayes a lot to get out of the Costco area, or they go to Polk, what our anticipated plan is in the future to mitigate that increased traffic, whether it's a median or it's a, I don't even want to use the road diet, but something we can do to slow down traffic. Those are some of the things I'm looking for, and I absolutely strongly recommend Costco do not meet with council members. We are very serious about our quasi-judicial rules. If you do that, it can affect our ability to vote. Please don't meet with council members in this process, because we are still in that. It's still applicable. So I'm going to make a motion to refer the entire item back to staff for them to prepare additional mitigation measures or conditions of approval as appropriate to address the issues of traffic and the other issues I mentioned that we'd like answers to update the EIR if required, and bring the item back to council for consideration at an appropriate date. That's my motion. Thank you.
All right, this is the 9:40 a.m. timed item. I have a motion by Council Vice President Carbasi to table this item, and a second by Council Member Esparza. Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 6-0. Real quick, we're going to take the 10 a.m. item, guys, before lunch. The 10 a.m. item is a hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding CFD number 11. Annexation number 148, this is for final tract map number 6234 in District 1. Is there a quick staff presentation, 30 seconds?
This is an item to annex in tract map 6234 into CFD 11, which is the landscape and maintenance. There you go. Go ahead, Harmon.
Yeah, so as Harmon Dollywall, licensed engineer and manager of public works, as Georgiana was saying, this is to annex the area on Dakota and Hayes, the southwest quadrant of that development, which was the Finucci annexation, to annex that into CFD 11. So this is the first resolution of intention, and then we will be coming back, or this is the hearing, actually. We did the resolution of intention early in February. So this will be to set the maximum tax rate.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to open it up to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on the 10 a.m. timed item? Please come up at this time. Seeing none, City Clerk, is there anyone online who wishes to speak on the 10 a.m. timed item?
I have Tracy, but I'm not sure if she's wanting to speak on the 10 a.m. Tracy, did you want to speak on the 10 a.m. or was this for the 9:40 that you already spoke on?
Oh, no, thank you for letting me speak. I don't think I have anything to say. You guys pretty much covered it, but As far as Costco, there's a way.
Okay, I'm
I
sorry,
have
Tracy.
gone-
We are on the 10 o'clock item. Is there any comments
Yeah.
that you want to make to
I,
the 10 a.m.?
I take the bus and go to Costco. I know how to do it. I don't, there's a way to carry both
Thank you.
stuff. I just wanted to say that, Mr. Arias. Thank you.
Council President, that is all the public comment.
All right, I'm going to close the public comment period on the 10 a.m. item. Seeing no one punched up, I'll make a motion to approve. I have a second by Councilmember Bredefield. Any objections? See none. Item passes 6-0. Councilmember Carbasi, the floor is yours.
I really appreciate that, Madam President. I forgot to mention a really important point. I'm going to relay this to the city manager. Hopefully you can communicate that with the Costco folks. I know they've left. I am very hesitant to approve this item if there are trucks going down Riverside. If we're going to downgrade Herndon to a super arterial, that really should have been something. I thought their answer was a bit shifty. I think they can give me more than just we'll do our best. They can guarantee that. So I'd like you to staff to work with them, please, and when you come back with a plan to keep traffic off Riverside. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. At this time, we're going to break for lunch. We're going to come back at 1:30 and pick up on public comment on the consent and contested consent items. So we'll see you back at 1:30. All right, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. It is 1:34 p.m. Up next is the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to register a no vote, abstention, or recusal? Councilmember Bredefield, I do have your no votes on 2G and 2N. Councilmember Arias, would you like to set a no vote, abstention, or recusal on any consent items? Councilmember Maxwell. Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Bredefield, you're good. Councilmember Esparza is not present. Vice President Carbasi.
No on 2N.
Vice President Carbasi would like to register a no vote on 2N as in Nancy. Okay, we're going to now take public comment on all consent, including contested consent items. We will take the public comment on unscheduled communications and on the closed session items when those items are heard later in the meeting. Would any member of the public like to speak on items on the consent calendar or on a contested consent item? If so, each speaker has 3 minutes. All right, up first, I have Fay Lee Lohr, wishing to speak on item ID 2486. Josefina Rojas. Benita Vasquez. Alexis Lopez. Rose Juarez. Otilia Ortigosa. Juana Mesa. For the record, I have spoken to a rep for these individuals, and we will be working with them to set a time for them to come back and speak at a later council meeting. Seeing no additional public comments in the chambers, let's move to Zoom. City Clerk, is there anyone who wishes to speak on a consent or contested consent item?
Yes, we have Lynn Owens.
Lynn, please identify the agenda item you wish to speak on.
I wish to just speak on all those cards that you just went past.
Okay, please identify the agenda item you wish to speak on at this time. Unscheduled communication, we will take a bit later.
What agenda items did you just pass up on those? Whatever those agenda items are.
I'm sorry, Lynn, do you have any items you want to speak on related to consent calendar or contested consent?
No, no.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Lisa Flores.
Hi, Annalise. Good afternoon. Pick an agenda item, any agenda item for me, because all you're doing right now is rattling off numbers, and you need to give the public what the basically general street name of the agenda items are, because it's very difficult to play the game at home when you don't have the agenda in front of you printed. And by the time you request one to be delivered, it doesn't show up in time. So, you know, this has been a complaint of mine. Could you please give us the street name for each agenda item, please?
Thank you, Lisa. Council President, that is all the public comment we have.
All right, is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
So moved.
I have a motion by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Maxwell. Any objection? See none, item passes 6-0.
Thank you for coming early.
Alma, we're up.
Okay, at this time, we're going to move to the Animal Center workshop.
Do you have the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay.
Also, we do have our guest speaker on Zoom.
Okay. Alma, will you also, when you get started, introduce folks who are on Zoom and the team, please?
I will. Okay. And is Dr. Scarlett? Is Dr. Scarlett on?
Yes, she's on.
Okay. Good afternoon, council members. I'm Alma Torres, Deputy City Manager with the Office of the Mayor and City Manager. And today, I'd also like to introduce Dr. Jennifer Scarlett, who is a panelist on Zoom. She is the CEO of the San Francisco SPCA. Additionally, I would like to introduce the team that is part of the Animal Center now. And I will start with Mayra Aguilar. She is the business manager. Erin Evans, she is our personnel manager, and Dr. Candace Kreider, our veterinarian, and also Kelly Bixler, she is the division manager over animal care.
And I also want to introduce Jennifer Solis from the Parks Department, who we have borrowed on occasion to assist Alma reluctantly, but with a smile on her face.
Yes, she has been a lifesaver. Today I'm here to present an update on the status of the Animal Center after transitioning the operation in-house. One of our primary goals is to provide a safe shelter for animals that need our assistance, to attend to their medical needs, to keep them healthy until returned to their owner or adopted. To this goal, we are currently utilizing guidelines from the Association of Shelter Veterinarians that state that every shelter has a maximum capacity for care, and that the population in the care must not exceed that level. Operating beyond that capacity for care is considered an unacceptable and inhumane practice. So what is capacity for care? It's really a management model that considers what we have available as resources. It helps guide our operation to comply with the 5 domains of animal welfare, which include nutrition, environment, health, behavior, and mental well-being. It allows us to ensure that every animal receives the appropriate medical care as they move towards the best possible outcome without delays. And it allows us to operate within, to provide a more timely flow of the animal as they enter, and we find an outcome for them. Okay. We do this through proactive population management with the intent of removing any barriers that reduce the shelter stay and that the animal leaves in the shortest time possible. Being over capacity impacts everyone negatively, the employees and the animals. Okay. So what are the elements of capacity for care? What does that consider? It considers housing, the number of kennels and cat condos. For the animal center, for the primary flow, and that would be what's considered general population, our optimal for dogs is 102 kennels, and our optimal for cats is 60. We do have more kennels than that, but those are designated for medical cases or for quarantine and other holds. Okay. It also considers what the minimum holding period is, which in California is 72 hours. So when an animal enters our care, and we need to hold it for 72 hours to allow the owner to come back and claim it. Okay. Positive outcome-driven capacity looks at the historical positive outcomes, and we try to meet the goal of intake to match positive goals of outcome. Okay. Our number one goal really is to return the animals to their owners. Okay. We also consider the average length of stay, because the longer an animal stays in our care, the more animals we're going to have if we continue to intake at the same levels. Okay. Nothing about sheltering is really good for any companion animal, as they really are not meant to live in confinement. So looking at some of the current trends in animal welfare, we are experiencing very, very high intake. That intake is really due to some of the economic factors as well as other challenges, and it's being experienced across every shelter. The majority of the intake is made up of a lot of large breeds, which includes huskies, pit bulls, German shepherds. And large breeds have large litters. Because shelters are at capacity, many of the rescues that we were typically flowing animals to, they're also at capacity. A destination shelter in Oregon informed us that their communities are also struggling and that their communities are asking them to help them locally. In addition to other trends, I think I've mentioned several times that the veterinary shortage is real. We do not have enough veterinary staff to handle the amount of spay neuters and surgical needs of the animals in our community. There's just not enough demand, and this creates limited access to affordable veterinary care. Other shelters that have also limited the amount of animals that they intake, as you can see, is the New York Animal Care Center. As I said, the high numbers are being experienced across the nation. So, what is limited access to veterinary care? It's an index that describes the accessibility of veterinary care in counties across the contiguous 48 states. The index incorporates data on issues that affect access to care: income, transportation, language, veterinary hospitals, and population. In Fresno County, on a scale of 100, we scored a 12. Only Kings and Merced had a lower score at 11. Veterinary care in our community is nearly inaccessible, and accessibility to care directly correlates to shelter intake. And as we can see in this next slide, across the United States, California is the highest intake of shelter animals. Okay, that's the really, really green depicting that. And in California, of the top 5 counties with the highest level of intake, we are number 5 by total intake. However, When you calculate per capita, we are the top intake shelters in the United States. Our total intake per 1,000 residents is about 20 animals, of which 13 of those animals are dogs. Once again, this shows the correlation that sometimes lack of access to care also increases the number of animals that are coming into our shelter. Okay, so what are some of the outcomes of open intake? There is unchecked admission that is not balanced to positive outcomes. There is an excessive length of stay. That excessive length of stay, of course, increases the number of animals that are in our care, which leads to crowding, stress, and disease. Additionally, because we are so busy, it really limits our ability to provide excellent customer service, sometimes limiting the experience of the customer coming in. We just have a lot to tend to. It also compromises our staffing efficiency, and it decreases our operational effectiveness. Okay. And really, it is a missed opportunity to provide targeted services to those in our community that most need it. Okay. It is a continued cycle of impound care and undesired outcomes. Overcapacity creates a moral distress for the workforce because staff knows what needs to be done, but because there's not much time to tend to, they have the inability to do it. So on December 1st, our capacity for care was lacking. We had 63 employees, and the majority of the employees had less than 1 year of experience at the Fresno Animal Center. Okay. Of the 61 employees, 23 were for kennel care, which included also processing intake and other duties on a 7-day operation. Okay. The average length of stay was 86 days from January to November 15th, 2023. Okay. And our housing capacity was that we had 506 dogs in the kennels, versus the 102 optimal, or 496% over capacity. We also had 149 cats in cat condos versus the 60 for optimal capacity. Okay. Since then, we limited the amount of animals that have come into the center to only those that really truly need our help or that are aggressive or a danger to the public. And as of February 29th to 2024, we currently have 245 dogs in our care, 56 cats in our care, and 301 total. How we achieved this was we did not just close our doors and say no more. We actually just started prioritizing which animals really needed our care and what our resources were to be able to provide it. We had over 1,113 animals that we took in over those 3 months from December, January, and February. We were able to put out 402 for adoption. And this next statistic is where we are so grateful to our community, to the rescues in our community that stepped up to help us place 658 animals to their care. We had, unfortunately, our goal is to really increase the return to owner rate, and we only had 136. We did end up euthanizing about 271 animals during this period, and the majority of them has been for severe illness, injury, or behavioral issues. Okay. One other thing that is important to remember is that live release is not necessarily a measure of animal welfare. It's just a crude statistic that tells how many animals left alive. Now, although we are still over capacity, we have realized some significant strides in operating within our capacity for care. Our animals are actually less stressed. This will allow for reduced exposure and spread of disease and a reduced need for euthanasia. there is a reduced risk of dog bites to our staff. There has been comments that our kennels are quieter, which means that our dogs are able to better cope within the shelter environment, and it improves their kennel presentation. Okay. There's also reduced stress for the employees and improved staff morale and retention. We are able to provide the services to match the need of our community. And it's giving us a little bit more time to invest in reuniting pets with their owners. We are working on increasing our community engagement and tailoring our services to match the needs once again. So if you can imagine, at December 1st, there was a whole lot of animals in our care, dogs specifically. You would have multiple dogs housed in the same kennel, which made it very difficult for staff to feed, to take care of them. It was necessary that staff actually put barriers between them so that they ensured that every single animal was able to eat, because that doesn't always happen. If there is a bigger one, sometimes it takes over and doesn't allow the other one to eat food. There was just a lot of issues that we have seen improve over these last 90 days. So moving forward, what are our goals? Our goals include having the ability to provide any animal that enters our care the best opportunity at a live outcome. So that if any of your owned animals ever enter the center, you will have peace of mind that we are meeting their 5 domains of animal welfare while they're in our care, and you come back and reclaim it. We want to follow a needs-based model with our community partners to help ensure our residents receive the assistance that they request to care for their pets. We want to increase the return to home rate for some animals in our community because that is the one home that they will ever know. We want to support our community members in easily adding a pet to their home. We want to have the resources to provide humane care for every animal that enters our facility. And we want to be the resource center for this community. To that effect, the grant funds that have been received and are being tailored to provide those resources here in our community. Now, I don't know if you guys have already accepted them. I wasn't really keeping up, but with your acceptance of the Regreso a Casa grant today, that would total $699,500 of grant funds, okay? Of that, the majority has been allocated for spay-neuter services. Okay, we are also providing free tags and free microchip to City of Fresno residents. We are working on a veterinary access to care program for our residents, and we are increasing the foster capacity so that animals that do need our care or need to enter can do so from somebody's home that's willing to be a foster. Our foster status as of February 29, 2024 is we have 20 animals out in the community. We are working to increase our participation as we get ready for kitten season, which is now, starting now. And we are seeing a bit of an influx of puppies. So earlier, the number that I provided as of December 29th has increased by about 3 or 4 litters coming in. So we have a lot of puppies. Now, they're pending rescue, but the numbers fluctuate on a daily basis. Staffing. We continue to do all of the staffing recruitments. Currently, we have 75 employees. 18 recruitments have been completed, and we had over 817 applicants go through the process. We are very fortunate to be able to have hired a veterinarian and 2 registered veterinary techs that just started in the last week or so. And we are also very fortunate that we have a couple more veterinary interviews scheduled. Additionally, since December 1st, our retention rate has been 95%. Regarding volunteers, we continue to grow our volunteer base. We have 126 volunteers that have served in animal balance clinics, in outreach events, in microchipping events. They have served in walking animals and making tags for the pets, in preparation of foster kits, and plenty of support supplies for our community. We have also implemented a new volunteer management software system so that we can streamline our volunteer process. Regarding outreach and marketing, in December we had a very, very successful microchip drive-through event where we implanted 400 microchips, and hopefully when those animals do get lost, we are able to quickly reconnect them with their owners. We have updated the Fresno Animal Center website. We continue to grow our social media following because that gives us exposure. We have attended 59 community events since January 2023. The community events team has been City of Fresno employees. We have also partnered with Petco Love Lost to increase animal exposure, in turn, also increase return to owner. And we have started posting on local lost and found social media pages to also maximize the views of animals that are lost and we can get them back to their homes. As I mentioned earlier, we are working to support our local rescue community because they're also at maximum capacity. To support their operations, we are in the process of cutting checks to 23 organizations at $2,500 each. That is to thank them or provide for them their ability to house animals that prevents them from entering our shelter, or when they pull up from us, it creates space for other animals needing our care. In terms of historical intake, and we're going to focus on dogs, not trying to ignore the cats. It's just cats have a better, more positive outcomes by participating in trap-neuter return. Overall, the live animals outcomes in 2019 were 5,319 out of a total of 9,177 that were taken in. So that was a live release rate of 58%. In 2020, as you can see, the intake dropped, most likely a reflection of the pandemic. And from that, 3,893 had live outcomes. 2021, as you can see, is a little bit increasing a little bit more in 2022 as well. Overall in 2021, 69% live release rate. 2022 remains steady at 69% release rate. And 2023, we had total live outcomes totaling 6,219. If you can see and focus on the rescue number between 2021 and 2022, rescue increased. And then it increased again in 2023, which is contributing to those live outcome numbers. However, as I mentioned earlier, shelters being at max capacity is also going to create a problem for us being able to find rescues that can take our animals. Additionally, if you recall, the number of animals in our kennels at December 1st far exceeded the capacity. So if we accounted for those animals to have negative outcomes, the live outcome release rate would have been less. Okay. And then once again, a reminder that live release rate does not truly reflect positive animal welfare. So what can we do? Talking about the correlation, once again, talking about the correlation of higher spay-neuter, and that being correlated to decreasing intake rates and also euthanasia rates, data also shows that cats and dogs living in low-income households are less likely to be sterilized than those living in middle and upper-income households. As we know, in this community, we have a large population of our residents that live in poverty levels. With that in mind, our focus has been to increase the amount of surgeries available to our residents. As of December 1st, we have completed a total of 1,139 animals which have been sterilized. Of those animals, 825 were shelter animals, and we have successfully worked through most of our backlog. Additionally, we have completed a total of 314 public animals. Thanks again to California Spay Neuter and Fresno TNR and Westside Rescue for helping coordinate public-owned animals. I am very, very pleased to announce that our last animal balance clinic had 75% of the available surgeries allotted to public-owned animals. If we were to take some rough calculations and assume that 50% of the animals were female and an average spay can prevent up to potentially 84 puppies, then we have potentially prevented over 20,000 new puppies. I do not have the same calculation for cats, but it follows the same logic. So once again, focusing on how we are able to provide resources for the community so that we can reduce the number of animals that we are taking in is to increase subsidized spay-neuter for our residents, for both dogs and cats. We are currently working on agreements with 2 local high-volume, high-quality spay-neuter clinics. We have an agreement in process with California Spay Neuter, who is helping coordinate the income-qualified residents through both Animal Balance and local veterinarians, funded with grant funds from the California for All Animals. In May, the San Francisco SPCA, whose focus is to ensure that every companion animal has access to quality medical care, compassionate shelter, and a loving home, will be launching a clinic with more dates to be determined. And additionally, in partnership with the San Francisco SPCA, we have secured ongoing clinics with Animal Balance for the rest of the year. This is going to allow us to bring additional capacity, additional veterinary capacity to this community. And at this time, I want to, once again, I did earlier, but I want to reintroduce Dr. Jennifer Scarlett, CEO of the San Francisco SPCA, who has a very exciting announcement.
Thank you, Alma. And thank you for having me for this moment. I'm excited to announce that we received a large grant, slightly over $3 million, to work with partners in Fresno for spay-neuter. And so we really hope to continue our partnership with the city and with Alma in helping you lower the shelter intake and get quality care to your residents.
Thank you, Dr. Scarlett. And council, before I do end, the presentation of the operation of the Animal Center for these last 90 days, I just want to thank everyone that has been a part of this transition. And that includes the employees that remained with the city of Fresno. That includes our community and all of our rescue partners. This is their achievement. And also, thank you to the city manager and the mayor, who are so patient with me and have entrusted me to lead this very, very important project for them and for you. I'm available, and staff is available for questions.
Thank you, Alma. First, we have Councilmember Arias.
Thank you. This question for City Manager. I know Alma's been playing, fill-in for a while on this Animal Center. Is she officially in charge of the Animal Center, or is she a department head? What's the structural
She is an interim.
hierarchy?
She's an interim director, and we have opened a recruitment for a permanent director.
Okay. My second question to the city manager or the mayor, I think he left.
He had to step out to a 2 o'clock.
Okay. Is there any intent to reduce the animal department's budget in this upcoming budget that you guys are preparing?
In the 24 year or the 25?
25. What
So-
you're currently preparing.
So the departments have not yet submitted their 25 budget requests. They are in the process of creating that. So of course I want to say no, but we're going to be to you at the next meeting with a 5-year projection. And depending on what our finances look like, we'll have to make decisions on what gets included in the budget and what doesn't get included in the budget.
Okay. Just want to remind everyone here that we all love taking photos with animals and cats, including the mayor. So I don't want us to be hypocrites and, take photos and, with cats and dogs every day, that we love them, and then cut their budget in half.
Well, I can assure you we're not going to cut their budget in half. I feel very confident saying that.
All right. I don't want to see any budget cuts. I think the presentation today clearly identifies that we have an animal and crisis in the city. And the last thing that we need to be doing is cutting the budget for this department when we have such a crisis. Now, if I can get to the questions of the presentation. You mentioned the ideal optimal amount of intake that you can handle or should handle at 102 dogs and 60 cats. What is the current intake capacity of the county animal center and SPCA, correct? Because the county also serves city residents, so we're not operating in a vacuum, right? The county is also operating their facility.
They are. I do not have those numbers, but I would be happy to.
Can you get those?
Do any of us have them?
I don't. Does the county take dogs from the city? They are not taking dogs from the city. They take from the unincorporated.
Correct. So but I thought you were referring to county islands within the city of Fresno. They do take those.
They take county, city dogs and cats too.
No, they don't.
I can assure you they do. I'm a cat and dog owner, and they take them.
Oh, so they call us to come get them.
So even though we are all city residents and county residents, they just simply redirect those animals back to our shelter?
So typically the way that this has been operated is there's jurisdictional boundaries. Anything that falls under the county goes to Fresno Humane. Anything that falls in the city goes to the Fresno Animal Center.
Understood, but the city residents are also county residents.
I hear what you're saying, council member, and I think what we're trying to get at is under our municipal code, we do have the jurisdictional responsibility for animals in the city of Fresno. We'll have to look at the county code, but it's sort of always been that way, that they handled the unincorporated county areas and the city only handled the city animals.
The reason I'm asking is that was the way when the county and the city did not operate their own animal shelters. That was when we both contracted with the SPCA. But now the county has its own animal shelter, so does the city. If the county is basically rejecting our city animals in their shelter, which is located in the city of Fresno, then that's a conversation that needs to be included as we discuss this tax sharing agreement, because it seems ridiculous that our city animal would not be accepted at a county shelter that's in the city of Fresno.
Can I ask a question? When was it that you turned in those, or you
Couple
had?
intake is.
Okay.
Because, it's, I don't, in the world of county and city, we have intentionally not pushed homeless, unsheltered residents across the street to a county island. We serve them where they're at. Recognizing about 3,400 animals a year. So is a no-kill shelter defined as reaching 0% euthanized animals?
No, a no-kill shelter is technically defined as having 90% or more live outcomes.
Where are we at now?
Over the last 3 months? Well, I don't, the city manager told me to have those statistics, and I did not bring them.
Okay.
But
approximately, it doesn't have to be hard.
Okay, so we are probably about 85%, but please remember that we had to make some decisions because of the amount of animals that were in our care.
Yeah. So if you can get me the county and the city's rate in a follow-up memo, would be helpful.
Councilmember, I'm going to tell you, we're going to do our best to get the county information. We'll request it, but obviously it's not, I don't believe it's publicly posted, so we'll do our best to get the county information.
Yeah, I'm sure we can submit a public records request since we're a county agency. It's not a top secret of how many animals they kill. When you reference your spay and neutering, I think about 6 months ago, when we sat down on this crisis at the animal shelter, I asked you how much time do you need to wrap your hands around the scope of the problem? You said 6 months, and you're back around 6 months, so thank you for that. At that time, we discussed the need for spay and neutering as a primary function of the department. You referenced that you're in the process of getting agreements. You're in the process. When do we expect that process to be completed, and when should we anticipate actually having a robust spay and neutering program?
So part of the issues has been, the inability to have veterinarians come in. Right now, our veterinarian is drowning in our own shelter animals. Mm-hmm. So that is why these partnerships with the San Francisco SPCA, with Animal Balance, it is bringing more capacity. The veterinarians that they bring do not typically live in Fresno. They're from other communities, and they increase that availability. But also, as I mentioned earlier, we're entering into an agreement with California Spay Neuter, and they're working with local veterinarians to allow spots for low-cost subsidized spay neuter. So with that, I hope to start bringing some agreements, before council, if necessary, within the next month.
Director, I'm struggling with that reality because, 2 years ago, I rescued 2 dogs. A few months ago, I rescued another dog and another cat. And in both occasions, I went to the city shelter, and there was no capacity then, right? Understandable, we were developing something from the ground up. A couple months ago, there was still no capacity there. But when I call the private vet, he gets me in 2 days and charges me $600. So what I'm struggling with is there's clearly capacity in the local veterinary industry. If you have $600 to pay for it, they'll take you within 24 hours. Why haven't we accessed that excess capacity for all these animals that we know need to be spayed and neutered? Why aren't we essentially paying the cost of that?
So we are, and we took over 90 days ago, and starting in December, city manager authorized payments to private veterinarians. And since then, we have completed over 124 local veterinary spay neuters. That has been through the coordinated efforts of California Spay Neuter, and we are continuing to explore those avenues.
So if somebody comes in tomorrow, by the way, what are your current operating hours? I know you were shut down for Thursdays for a bit. What are the current operating hours of the center?
We continue to be closed on Thursdays, but we're open from 10 to 4 every other day. Every single day except Thursdays.
Except Thursdays. So anybody can come in tomorrow during opening hours, and if they seek a spay and neuter procedure, how long before they get an appointment, and how much do they have to pay?
So right now our list is very, very long. We're working through all of the applicants that had submitted their applications for low cost. We received, I think we had about 600.
Can you pause there? What do you mean by application for low cost?
So we, back in 2023, around April, we, I believe you were there, we announced that we would be providing low-cost spay-neuter to qualified applicants that met some of the PG&E Cares guidelines, all of that. We had an overwhelming amount of interest, and unfortunately, we did not deliver as quickly as we thought we would.
How many people signed up?
There was over 5,000 people that signed up. From those 5,000 people, we narrowed it down that about only 2,500 were city residents, and from that, I think the very first list that we received had about 600 that qualified under the low income. We still have a lot of them to do.
Of the 600, how many have been completed?
I'm going to have to get back to you on that, but I know that we...
you think it's half?
Probably more than half. I'm gonna guess about 75%, but they have been waiting for about a year. So as we are getting more capacity, we hope that we're going to be able to work through the list. We've been calling everybody that applied. Many of them have found other resources, so that we're working through the list every day to make sure that we serve them, and then we will develop another plan We are working with some local high volume, high quality spay neuters so that they can offer also subsidized cost.
What I'm trying to ascertain is, is this a community problem in the sense that people like us, animal and cat owners, are not being responsible and seeking spay and neutering? Is it a cost problem that people cannot afford the $600 per private vet? Is it a resource problem for the department?
All of the above.
Well, here's what I've gathered. There's capacity in the industry for spay neutering if you can pay for it.
If you can pay for it.
The community clearly is responding that they want the spay neutering.
Absolutely.
Especially those who can't afford it, right? They're signing up, they're being responsible. But we don't have the funding, or you don't have the funding to process the hundreds of people who've already showed interest.
What we didn't have was enough of, correct. So if we're paying $600 per spay neuter, that would limit the amount of animals that we're able to provide those services for. But also what
But it would also reduce the amount of litters downstream, right?
Correct. So also another thing that we did not have was enough veterinarians, probably more affordable veterinarians, to come in and just, we've only been at this in control for the last 90 days.
Yeah, it's not a reflection of your leadership. I'm trying to understand the scope of the problem from the public policy perspective, right?
Hold on. Just a second. I want to make sure that we're distinguishing. While I appreciate that you can call up a private vet, there are many vets. What we need to be doing is high volume. There's an economies of scale. That's why the animal balance clinics, which we now have scheduled March, April, June, July, August, September, October, those are the events where we can have people come in and there's an economy of scale where we can have many, many more animals, which reduce the cost. The vets that are charging the $600, and our rescues have been using some of those vets. Those are the onesies, twosies. While I appreciate every animal that is spayed and neutered is, the ability to reduce, the pet population, that's sort of like death by 1,000 cuts. Like we are really focused on being able to do the mass spay and neuter, and we are on the cusp of doing that. The voucher programs that we're talking about are going to be able to do hundreds of animals.
Yeah, I understand that you're proposing that we build our capacity to do assembly-style massive spay neutering operations, right? Because the economies of the scales that we need to do. What I'm suggesting is, in the meantime, it's been a year now. That takes time to establish. Why aren't we giving away vouchers so that folks are at least getting their spay and neutering outside of the low income that you've described, because that's a part of it, but clearly there's more demand than there is ability to process at this point. Why aren't we doing that in the meantime?
So because maybe
Because
the city
money?
manager, excuse me?
Because money?
No, because, in order for us to enter into a contract, we have to go through a certain process. We're doing
You have to have
that.
a person who wants to accept the voucher.
So we haven't done an RFP for spay and neutering through voucher systems in this last year?
No, we haven't. Well, and so I know you keep going back to a year. We had an operator a year ago. We've had it for 90 days. So we have not gone the RFP route. We have gone the route where we have two of the high level, high quality shelters that are interested into entering voucher programs. Where we've done the onesie twosies is through the rescues. So we have partnered with the rescues where they have relationships with certain vets where the vet will say, hey, I've got 2 spots, I've got 3 spots. We have been paying those vet bills, and the rescues have been coordinating, delivering the animals to be able to go take advantage of the onesie twosie spots.
If these high volume partnerships that you are still in the process don't work out, what's your plan B?
What do you mean they won't work out?
If they don't work out, the contract doesn't come through, the vendor doesn't want to do it after all.
They're going to work out. These are known providers.
They're going to work out, and maybe Dr. Scarlett, if you are still on, if you could.
Yeah.
Well, I want to hear from our staff, with all due respect. What is the plan B if these vendors don't work out? What's the contingency plan?
Okay, other things that we're exploring, once again, leading back to the veterinary shortage, we want to hire more veterinarians on staff, whether that's on staff or relief veterinarians. So that is also a plan. But the high focus, because having one relief vet as opposed to 3 through Animal Balance or through the San Francisco SPCA is going to get more done. But we are also working on expanding that capacity internally as well, if that answers your question.
It does. That's what I'm looking for. So the other point I just want to make is this. You guys have done an amazing job and you particularly, Arma, in getting this up and running. And the amount of work, I fully appreciate the amount of work that it takes to hire vets to go into an industry that we've never been in and to try and do it in a way that's dramatically different than was done by outside vendors. What I'm looking forward to in this upcoming budget is there an opportunity for us to invest one-time money to address high volume spay and neutering beyond your long-term plan for high volume operation internally to try and get rid of this list of folks who have expressed interest and need to spay and neuter so that we decrease the euthanasia rate in the back end. So that's what I'll be looking forward to, and irrespective of the competing budgetary, I know there's a lot of cost savings in this city, a lot of vacancies that we haven't filled, a lot of adjustments that we can make. I think spay and neutering for animals and cats could benefit from a one-time infusion of funds if we use existing capacity on the outside through a voucher system to give people who have been in line for a year that service. So that's what I'll be looking forward to in the budget process. Thank you for the work.
Thank you, Council Member. Up next is Council Member Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. Alma, great job. You were in front of us a couple months ago, and you were kind of going like this, and but I remember telling you, I said, we have confidence in what you're doing. I want to also thank the rescues, because without their work, none of this would have happened. I remember a couple of years ago, we were in a very tough situation. But I really like the focus on the spay and neuter, approach that we've really worked into our model. I think that's going to pay off big dividends, and a big thank you to whoever the $3 million, grant person is on focusing that into and having the city be a partner in that. I do have a couple of questions with, the logistics and I guess the process of when residents call in and they have a lost pet. I know I'm familiar, obviously, with they have a chip. We can track that. Is there an organization or an entity that can kind of pool all of these different, because I'll give you an example. The dog that we currently have now, we rescued it and I posted it on many different lost pets. Nobody claimed it, right? Whether it was intentional or not, we never found the owner. Wasn't chipped, but do we have the capacity to be the central database where a lost pet that has a chip or not chip can be placed so that people don't have to go through like 20 different Facebook pages or posts or anything like that?
So typically microchipped pets are not too much of an issue. We do have animals that come into the center that are microchipped that their owner does not come back and claim. But with the microchip, it does allow us to read the owner's information, and what we have been doing is contacting the owner. We actually will drive the pet back out to the home. As far as a central database, probably the biggest issue for us is those animals that come in that do not have a microchip, that do not have a tag as to how to identify the owner. We did partner with Petco Love Lost. They are working on centralizing some of that data so that there is one, central depository for posting all of the animals. But some of the things that we are doing, we can certainly explore how we become that resource, but we did have conversations with our neighboring jurisdictions about how we can all post on the same pages so that, the common person that may not know to check here, there, and there is only checking in one place. We are posting on those pages that have a lot of following. That includes Facebook 559, Lost and Found Pets. We are really, really working to maximize the exposure of any animal that comes into the center so that we can get it back home.
And then what's our current process? I know that we had this hiatus where, folks would call in and bring in a pet. What's our current process for somebody that wants to bring in a lost pet to the animal center?
Currently, we're still limiting the amount of intake because we still continue to be over capacity. If the pet is injured, if the pet is sick, or if it's puppies that cannot, fend for themselves, we will accept it. And absolutely, if the animal is deemed to be aggressive, we will not put it out in, out in the streets. So what we ask our community is to help us. We really ask them to be the satellite center for us. We provide them with food. We provide them with a kennel, a kennel if necessary. We provide them, every animal that comes in, we provide them with vaccines. We provide them with dewormer. We provide them with an initial assessment. We really try to do everything that we can in our power and help those residents that can help us by keeping the animal until we find it. It's home, a forever home. I know we have personally worked with much of our community members that we ask them, please, keep it in your home while we find rescue, while we find an alternative for you. Sometimes we're very, very fortunate that they become foster fails, but when we absolutely know that we have tried everything and that we need to find another outcome for this animal, that it's just not a fit for that home, we will intake it and we will do whatever it needs to be done.
And I saw there's a slide that you have. Oh, City Manager, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I just want to call your attention to page 9. So even when we reduced intakes, right? Mm-hmm. December through February, we intaked 1,113 animals still. We shut down intake of healthy strays. We only took dangerous, diseased, injured animals, aggressive animals. We still brought in 1,100 animals, 961 dogs. So to me, when I first saw that, I thought it was a typo because I couldn't believe we were still bringing in. I thought that by reducing the intake of the healthy animals, we were going to be able to get our pet population, down to really manageable levels. I mean, we've done a yeoman's job of, reducing it significantly, but the fact that we are still bringing in this many animals into our center, I think tells me we definitely made the right decision, because if you look at what the outcomes were, as I said very starkly on that day, we don't want healthy animals brought into the center. It will not have a good outcome.
And I appreciate that, City Manager, and I don't want this to be interpreted as, because that's not my approach. I think there are a million things that we could have done years past, even before you were City Manager, to help this. But I want to focus on what we do going forward, because we've been very lucky to have a lot of one-time funding that helped build the center. But what I want to get at is the long-term sustainability of this model and efforts that we're trying to push with focus on spay and neuter. So we've got the $3 million, which is great news. Let me ask some questions with regards to how we are going to sustain this. So what is the current amount that somebody pays for a dog license in the city of Fresno right now?
If they're spayed or neutered, it's $12 per year. If they're not, it's $50. $50.
So all those folks that we get that pay the $50 and are not spay and neuter, do we automatically offer them the spay and neuter vouchers?
No, right now we are still not managing the license. License is handled through the finance department. Once we're able to get a little bit better handle on our intake, we will be transitioning that over to us. What we are doing is when somebody comes in to adopt an animal, we do have them fill out the license, and we send it in now to finance to be able to send them a bill.
So on that note, Alma, what is the user friendliness of the system, understanding that you don't have oversight over it right now? Can somebody do that online? Can they go online and fill out all the information, pay the $12, and get their dog license, or not right now? Do we know that?
You know, I don't think so. I think that they have to send it in, but we are going to be working on making it a lot more friendly once we are able to. Our current software system actually has some capacity for that. So, you know, right now we've just kind of been working on managing what we have.
You're triaging right now. You're
But
trying to.
it's
stay
definitely a
afloat.
goal, and we'd like to explore what's going to be best for this community.
Because I would like to see us have that capacity. I think there are a lot of dog lovers and cat lovers out there that would be happy, but sometimes, especially when it comes to seniors, they're not necessarily, you know, very savvy with computers or laptops or stuff like that. So let's get a user-friendly process. And then here's a question that I know might raise some eyebrows. So the $12, when's the last time we did a fee study on the, they're the dog lovers right now. They don't want to answer that question. When's the last time that we adjusted those fees? Because I think there could be an opportunity to do that, prioritizing some of that funding to spay and neuter programs that we're trying to build.
100% agree. I would tell you that I bet we haven't looked at it in a while because I'm looking online. The license fees, it looks like the last 2010, and you still have to mail it in. By the way, we need to update this page, Alma, because it still refers to the Fresno Humane website. So we definitely need to modernize and reevaluate that fee. I would assume 2010, some things have changed.
Absolutely.
Or we can do an evaluation, look and see what other folks are doing.
Yeah, I like to make that request just for us to look at the long-term sustainability of the model, because I think we're at that point where we could have a big effect on a lot of, you know, the doggies and cats that are out there. I mean, our rescues do an amazing job. We work with TNR, with Mel's Mutts, but they are always operating on shoestring budgets, and it's almost, you know, frustrating sometimes because a lot of people now, for whatever reason, have kind of just deferred that to them. I see that on social media where, you know, they don't necessarily call us first, they call them first, and we want them to be partners. So my next question relates to that. The grants that we're doing for the rescues, how long do we anticipate those continuing?
So we're done. We allocated, I think we gave almost everybody who applied, with the exception of a couple who were not in nonprofit status, was not in good standing. We awarded to everybody who applied and was a legitimate nonprofit.
Okay, because I would like that to be part of the conversation with this study of the fee of the dog license and what that looks like going forward. Because I think I really believe, and I love what you guys are doing. I don't think we can do this alone. I think it's an impossible task for the city to just do this. And when the rescues step in, I think we need to have true partnership relationships with them and be there to help and support what they do. Because oftentimes they're the first responders to a lot of those. I know I bugged a couple of rescues in situations where we have, you know, doggies that have been abandoned by the former owner or they passed away or whatnot. And I think we need to chip away at that perception. Like if they go to the city center, they're just going to be euthanized, right? Like I think that's why people revert to them. And it's going to take some time for us to build that credibility in the community. And I think the actions that we show will work towards that goal. Because I think people know and are familiar that we've had a lot of these conversations. But I don't think the spay and neuter has always been the focus like it is right now. So I want to really commend you and your team for the work that you guys have been doing. I think we've seen improvements. It's going to take a little bit of time, but we're working towards that goal. Just last question on I think it's on page 21. It says the agreements in process for the low-cost vouchers. Right now, currently, I know you referenced earlier, so somebody calls and wants to take advantage of this program, they apply, they go through the process, and then they're given a voucher and then put on a waiting list?
So right now we're working through the list that was previously established. Once we finish up the agreements, we're going to be sending out notices to everybody that applied that this is available for them to be able to connect with these high volume, high quality spay-neuter clinics, and then they will work through them to get those services through a voucher. So yes, that is in progress.
Okay. All right. Those are all the questions I had, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Up next, I have Council Member Butterfield.
Thanks for all the work all of your staff is doing. So one of the big concerns I think that I've heard from people is this notion of healthy animals that come to the shelter and they're not allowed to, I guess, be brought in for intake, and they're then just brought back to where they were found. Is that correct?
That is correct. If an animal is healthy, what we're saying, please help us by putting it back where you found it. The animal typically, based on statistics, is less than a mile away from home. We don't necessarily know if the animal was heading back home or away from it. So if it has been healthy, we have been asking our community to put it back where they found it.
Yeah, and I think that's a struggle for a lot of people.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, they feel like the animal centers should be responding in a different way than just putting it back. Is this the way you see things long term, or do you see that changing at some point?
I think that approach. So much of the reason why we cannot take any more animals right now is because we continue to be over capacity. So, we have to find those outcomes that are good for the animals. Sometimes euthanasia is the best outcome for the animals, but with being overwhelmed, it does not allow us the ability to focus specifically as the animals come in. We just have to make quick decisions and say, we just need to euthanize for space. So I hope that once we are able to have our house in order, we are able to provide help to the community so that it does reduce intake, and that, because we would have less animals in our care, that we could take them in on a little bit more maybe triaged basis. If we look at some of the statistics, and I have not yet finished, evaluation of that, we need to first see, typically how many animals are coming in and what the outcomes are for those animals. They need to be aligned. So yes, I hope that we're able to get to a point where the number of animals are coming in are also having positive outcomes. But today is not that day.
Okay. And how is the county animal shelter handling the same scenario? What are they doing?
They are overwhelmed. They are drowning. Their staff is, pretty saturated. But
what's happening to that healthy animal?
We would need to ask them.
I do know that they have shut down intake at times. I've seen social media postings that they're over capacity. I don't know. I've seen it posted on social media a couple times. I don't know if I'm not exactly sure. We'd have to talk to them.
Yeah, I'd like to know. I'd like to know what's the difference. How are they handling the similar problems? I have no doubt they have the same problem, but how are they handling? Does anybody know?
I think that we need to be careful speaking on behalf of Fresno Humane. I think we would need to get the facts, because I wouldn't want to. I have a suspicion of what's going on, but I don't want to state that publicly until we get information, because I wouldn't want someone to do that to us who doesn't know what we're doing.
Okay. And in terms of euthanasia rates, do we know, again, I'm wondering about how we're handling things versus how the county handles it, because I think when you compare and look, we can come up with what's the best strategy for dealing with. Do we know that information at all?
We know what we're doing.
Okay. That's it.
We're on the right track. We're on the right track, is what I'd say.
Member Butterfield, we actually have a discussion about these import matters, right, instead of banning books in libraries.
The other issue, the spay and neuter. So right now, if somebody wants an animal to be spayed or neutered, they don't have the funds to do it, they would get, did you say that they would get some kind of a coupon to go to the private sector, or is it something we'll provide them?
So right now, if anybody, we have a long list that we're working through, and our partners are helping us work through them. So if somebody calls in and they need some help with spay-neuter, when I talk to them, I actually ask them, if the animal is pregnant, or, maybe there's a male and a female in the home, where we may prioritize the need. But we are working through our list. So hopefully as soon as we clear that, we're able to open up more capacity for our public. We just have a very, very long list to work
But
through.
I mean, in terms of payment, are we providing that free when we do accept that? How's that working?
So for dogs, their payment is $25.
Okay.
It's $35 through California Spay Neuter. For cats, we are not charging for cats. Fresno TNR is also helping us with that. And I believe that payment for cats is $30 through Fresno TNR.
So it's 25 if we do it?
For dogs?
Yes.
Yes. And what we've heard from the people who've been doing this for a long time is don't make it free, because the appointments are so precious. You don't want to have no-shows. And when you make it free, there's not an investment. And so other programs have had no-shows because, I'm not out any money. And then you have appointments that went to waste that day. So everybody advises us that you absolutely have to charge something so that the people will feel responsible for showing up for their appointment.
And we have seen that on our cat side. We have seen no-shows. So whenever we do have no-shows, we quickly communicate with Fresno TNR to have them bring in animals to fill those spots.
And the approach that we're taking, you're in consultation with the University of San Diego veterinary.
UC Davis.
UC Davis.
UC Davis, and also with Dr. Scarlett with San Francisco SPCA.
Okay, and this is the approach she's recommending at this point.
She has been a very good resource for us. Yes.
Okay.
Did you want her to speak on that?
Yeah, please. I would love for her to do that.
Dr. Scarlett, if you're still there, can you talk a little bit about the recommendations that you and the UC Davis team have suggested, and
Sure.
why that is?
Yeah, we certainly we want to maximize the number of slots. If it's important to the council to not charge, then, there's a simple solution around that, and that is you could return the $25. But the actual cost of the surgery is somewhere between $250 and $400. And that's being paid through, at least through our program, through a very generous grant. So we want to make sure that we maximize those numbers. I'm happy to take additional questions. I do want to take a moment, if I may, and just talk about the severity of the veterinary shortage, because there was a lot of discussion around the vouchers and private veterinarians, and I love how you're thinking about just maximizing any capacity possible. But based on everything that we see in the accessibility map and our experience in recruiting local veterinarians, there is just not enough capacity without outside help at this point to get to 5 to 10 subsidized spays and neuters per capita, which is the only number that we can find that has been shown to decrease shelter intake. So this is going to be a heavy lift, even with this very generous grant. It's the veterinarians as well as RVTs, the veterinary nurses, that make this so difficult to get done at this time. But we're going to give it our all.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Alma.
All right, Alma, my only question is, are we still providing free adoptions at the shelter?
Yes, we are.
That's still ongoing? Okay. I may have missed it, but how many people have taken advantage of that this year so far?
This year so far, I don't know if we have those numbers, but we can certainly. Well, from December, but that also included some of the ones that had been adopted. We will get back to you with that number.
Yeah, no problem. Just thank you for everything you're doing, for stepping up to the plate. You and your team and our community partners, we're all in this together, and there is light at the end of the tunnel, but collectively, you have a lot of support up here, and with the administration, just very appreciative for the work you guys are undertaking. So thank you, Alma.
Can I
Yes.
wrap it up? Okay. So a couple of things I just wanted to circle around on. First of all, I want Mel Smuts and Paw Squad ladies to stand up. Kyle Kirkland was here, but he had to leave to another meeting. We would not, and Fresno TNR, who are not here, we would not be where we are today without their help. So thank you, ladies. You guys have been awesome. They are also nonprofit rescues, so anybody who wants to directly support them, I would encourage you to do that. Thank you, ladies. You can sit down. I want to go back because I don't think Alma, she barely touched on this, but on your consent calendar today was item 2F, which was the Regreso a Casa grant. And that is something that I think is an innovative approach. Can you really quickly touch on how this is going to work, this grant program?
Yeah. So the $156,900 that we applied for and we were granted is a pilot program so that we can work with our community partners and also with our staff to canvass neighborhoods that have high intake data, that have a large amount of animals hit by cars, which means that they're leaving their homes, or maybe a lot of calls for service. So we started the process. Actually, I haven't really had a chance to brief Georgianne, but we did. Thank you to Jennifer for coordinating it. She has helped us coordinate with ISD a mapping, a heat map of activity levels throughout the city. We just recently received that. We still have to vet through the data, but we want to identify those neighborhoods that have really, really high activity levels and then tailor the programs for those specific areas. From those findings, we want to see what works in our community and then change those models or apply those models to other areas. So we do have a bit of what that heat map looks like, and coincidentally, the dense areas for cats and dogs are at the same spot. So we have not quite vetted through all of the data, but once we do, we will certainly notify you what that looked like. So I think the way that I referred to it was sort of like the Girl Scout cookies, where we may be pulling a wagon, but instead of pulling, selling cookies, we're going to be making microchips on the spot. We may be doing, maybe we will be implanting microchips on the spots or making tags, giving people, a collar so that they can put the tag on their dog or their cat so that when they do get out, we are able to get them right back in, giving them vouchers for spay-neuter if they need them, and also building a bit of capacity for care with the veterinarians, because we have found that many times people get rid of their animals because they cannot afford their care. Additionally, also working with other departments if somebody, needs maybe a small board fixed on their fence, that's if that's a way that we can help, this is what we want to do.
Yeah, thank you, Alma. So I just want to make sure, because we're going to the neighborhoods instead of having the people come to us, and we hope to be able to replicate that model. And then I also really quickly, so thank you again, Dr. Scarlett, for your support with the grant funding. And I think also what I've heard is, yes, it's always a money problem, but even if we had $10 million to spend on spay and neuter, we would never have the capacity to spend the $10 million. So this $3 million for the Fresno County area is really going to go a long, long way. In addition to the funding that we already have in the existing grants, that is definitely going to make a dent in the problem. Alma, do you need to cover something that was on a note that got handed to you, or?
Yeah, we've had 343 dogs adopted and 261 cats adopted between January 1st and today.
Amazing.
That's great.
So Alma, team, well done. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to all of the rescues, not just the ones I mentioned. And we really, truly, I really feel like we're walking the walk when we said we want to partner with rescues. We really are very open to partnering with anybody who wants to partner with us. So thank you, team.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, at this time, we're going to go to our contested consent items. The first one up is going to be 2H. This is to approve a voluntary collection agreement with Airbnb for collection of City of Fresno transit occupancy tax. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Quick question for staff. Thank you for bringing this item forward. I think we've been waiting for it for a year, but my question is really in general terms. For the ones who are not using Airbnb, but they're using the other platforms, what's our plan to collect those fees?
Say that again, for the ones who, oh, sorry. So yes, we are, we have one other short-term rental provider that we have done some, who has told us that they do not do agreements, that after doing some research, we have found that they have done agreements. So we followed a similar path. When the lower people told us no, we started climbing up the ladder, and I just was able to get a number for someone higher up on the ladder to get a different answer this time with one of the other short-term rental providers. So we're going to follow the same process. Very, very thrilled to be able to get the one, Airbnb done.
So we should anticipate that in the next few months?
Hopefully.
Okay, motion to approve.
This is for item 2H. I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Butterfield. Any objection? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. Up next is item 2K. This is to approve the first amendment to the consulting agreement with TRC Solutions, adding professional grant writing services to the scope of work. This was pulled by Councilmember Carbasi.
Great. Just a couple clarifying questions. The staff report just had one section filled out that I noticed. What type of grant funding are we going to be going after?
Councilmember, there was a supplemental item that had a completed staff report, but we'll obviously we'll cover
thank
it.
you.
Yes, yes. Go ahead, Brian.
So I didn't. Was it a paper? Because it wasn't on here.
It's one of the supplementals that goes out from the clerk. It's no problem. He can cover it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and happy birthday, Georgianne. Good afternoon, Brian Barr, Director of General Services. Yes, this item did go out as a supplemental, as we are working very, very quickly to engage and attack a grant from the EPA. It's called the Climate Pollution Reduction Grants Program that has $4.3 billion available to address the reduction of greenhouse gases due April 1st.
Okay, gotcha. I mean, this is really encouraging because maybe I don't recall it correctly, but when we talked about the whole CARB issue and the unfunded mandate and all that, I thought it said that if we get any grant funding towards the purchase of these vehicles or any incentives, those vehicles will not count towards their required requirements.
You know, your memory is spot on, with the exception of that applying to the state of California money. So with it being federal money, that doesn't apply here.
That's great. That's good news. Okay, awesome. And then the issue of applying for the grant. So this grant opportunity wasn't there when the original contract was approved, and we're just adding to the scope of services?
That is correct.
Okay. And typically, I mean, why wouldn't we do this in-house rather than?
That's a great question, and I'm glad you brought it up. So TRC has been contracted by the city through General Services to provide us with a zero-emission transition plan, help us deal with the CARB mandate, and really have us look forward to how we can do this. We have a very large fleet, and we need assistance for that. The level of expertise that they bring to the table to produce a very compelling application is beyond our ability and capacity, especially to meet the April 1st deadline.
Councilmember,
Yes.
I think it would be helpful, since you didn't get a chance to see the staff report, can I have Assistant City Manager Macia come up and give you just a synopsis of what this grant is?
Absolutely.
And because it'll help why we need the outside assistance.
Got it.
Go ahead, Nick. Welcome. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Nick Macia, Assistant City Manager.
You're also supposed to state your favorite sports team. Just no, I'm kidding. Go ahead. No.
How about I say happy birthday?
There you go.
Yes, this is a fast-moving grant that we're trying to apply for, and it's ever-changing. What's happening is there's a coalition that's being built with the Fresno COG, and we're going after various different greenhouse gas reduction emissions projects. It also includes safe routes to school, active transportation, and those projects, as you've asked, are going to be done in-house or through local grant writers within. This one, as Brian mentioned, is a much more complex. It's only one project per region, and it has to meet certain criteria identified in the document that COG has already initiated, which is going to be adopted in March. So it's very specific. It's getting locked in pretty quickly.
Do we have a dollar amount we're applying for? We don't know that.
There's different tiers of funding amounts, depending on which one you're going after. There's also different categories. We're going after the transportation-based version, and the one we're looking at is anywhere between $100 to $200 million.
Okay, that makes sense. So this is so technical that we need someone with expertise in that area to make sure that application is as competitive as possible because others are applying for it.
Correct.
Okay, understood. Last question. With this new contract, Brian or Nick, will this only cover this one grant we're going after, or will it cover potentially in this time, maybe something else comes up, will we have to amend the contract again to apply for that, or is this any grant within a time frame?
Establishing a ceiling price and not to exceed of $150,000 will most likely give us the opportunity to go after additional grants.
Okay, the opportunity's there, got it.
Yeah, so they're just going to be billing us for their level of effort to get us to the compelling and competitive application. What's left over, I believe we're going to, when those opportunities arise, we're going to attack them.
Okay, got it. So I have no other questions unless council members have questions, but I'm ready. I'll make a motion to approve, Council President.
Motion to approve. This is for item 2K by Councilmember Carbasi and a second by Councilmember Arias. Any objection? See none, item passes 6-0. Up next is item 2L. This is a resolution authorizing application for acceptance of funding from the California Department of Housing and Community Development Pro-Housing Incentive Program. This was pulled by Councilmember Carbasi.
Hi, Phil. You pretty much answered my questions. Just one follow-up question. So the $1.5 million, if, God willing, we were awarded these funds, it'll go into our local housing trust fund, but that money hasn't been earmarked for anything yet, correct?
Councilmember Carbasi, that is correct. So Phil Sky, for the record, Assistant Director of Plan and Development Department. That's correct. And so the Local Housing Trust Fund is a pool of dollars that Council established ultimately a few years ago to be able to locally be able to support affordable housing development here in our community.
Okay.
And so those dollars, if received, would ultimately be released by way of a NOFA.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. That's all I have. Motion to approve.
I'll second, but I do have one question.
All right, this is for item 2L. I have a motion by Council Vice President Carbasi and a second by Councilmember Arias. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Director. The NOFAs that have already been put out and responded to, I know we have more projects than we have money for. Would these funds, if received, not be eligible for distribution for some of those projects that already responded to the NOFA?
You know, Councilmember, we would have to release a new NOFA to notify the community that we have new dollars that are available.
Why is that? I mean, if the NOFA is specific to the Housing Trust Fund, if this council was to add another $500,000 in the budget process, would that trigger a new NOFA? Just because there's more money from a new source into the fund?
You know, we have to notify the community that these dollars exist. And it creates an opportunity, but when we publish these new NOFAs for new projects that we maybe don't know about or maybe missed a deadline 9 months ago, to be able to say, to raise their hand and say, look, we're ready for funding. Now, ultimately, all of those, proposals are scored and ranked, and ultimately those dollars go to projects that are most shovel-ready and deliver the most public benefit. So just because we release a new NOFA doesn't necessarily mean that an older project, I should say, that was submitted in response to a prior NOFA wouldn't necessarily get an award. That certainly could be the case.
I guess what I'm struggling to understand is this item today just has us receiving the money. For the Housing Trust Fund, which we set up a few years ago, which NOFAs were already put out for. Why would we want to delay re-awarding that money to projects already on the list when the fund is already oversubscribed by folks who responded to previous NOFA. Like, is there legally, or does the state funding source for this legally require us to put out a new NOFA?
You know, I'd have to defer to the city attorney's office on that. I don't know if there's a legal requirement.
If you can just get back to me, it's not.
Sure.
I don't need it on the spot, but I'd like to know, because we have more projects than we have money for, and I don't want to delay putting this money out in the street when we have plenty of projects already been scored and are ready and are shovel ready.
Yeah.
So those are all my questions, Council President.
Okay, for item 2L, I have a motion and second. Any objections? Hearing none, item passes 7-0. Up next is 2M. This is actions pertaining to the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Director, is there a reason that we need to approve this today? Is this time sensitive in today's meeting?
It is very time sensitive. This is due in a matter of a couple of weeks. It has made its way around first with the County of Madera. Staff have been working cross-jurisdictionally to prepare this action plan that was required by the state this year, which is different than what was requested of us a year ago. And so, unfortunately, because Cal ICH continues to sort of change the rules, we don't have the benefit of leveraging sort of prior work. And so this is a completely new process, new application, different questions, and so we ended up routing this with staff, working together across jurisdictions. It went to the County of Madera just about 2 weeks ago. They approved it. It's now with us, and then it goes to the County of Fresno and the COC in a couple of weeks.
I do have concerns with the plan as drafted, and I bet that those governing bodies probably didn't read the plan and probably didn't debate the plan. But this plan as currently written and drafted by these multiple jurisdictions has a pretty significant portion going to the continuum of care. I think they're getting $25 million of the total amount, and they're proposing simply to run the triage center. What do they do for $25 million?
So, Councilmember, just first of all, the amount of funding available to each of the jurisdictions is determined by the state. Those are allocations.
Understood.
We didn't come to an agreement about those dollars. So in each of these sections in the action plan, it spells out what the COC is doing with those dollars, as it does spell out what the city is intending to do in the county as well. And so from the COC, you'll see a number of things. You'll see a rapid rehousing program for $7.9 million. You'll see...
Who actually does the rapid rehousing for them? Who's the contracted vendor?
You know, I don't know that, council member.
That's fair. Can you confirm that the county, their work around encampment cleanups is not done by the county, it's done by Kingsview Corporation?
No, they have, similar to us in some respects, where they have county staff that are engaged in every one of the encampment resolutions. So they have the sheriff's department, they have code enforcement that are involved in all of their resolutions. And then, like us, they outsource some of it.
Okay. For the city's allocation of $13 million, your plan proposes to fund the HEART program, the code enforcement HEART, the police HEART officers, the outreach. Why does it include funding? Why doesn't it include the funding of the city attorney's code enforcement department if we are knee deep in encampment cleanups and garbage pickup as well?
Yeah,
related to homeless residents.
Sure. Yeah. So, council member, no. In the annual action plan, it's not. I keep calling it the annual action plan. My head's on thinking about HUD stuff. In the action plan, it spells out what we are doing currently, but then there is a section in this plan where it talks about how we're going to use the funding, and that begins on page 47 of the plan. And what you will see there is that the city of Fresno intends to provide 6 months of permanent youth housing services for 60 beds for $783,000 and change. 12 months of triage center for 12 months of triage for $11.3 million. There is grant administration oversight for $916,000 and then admin for $85,000, totaling $13 million and change. So what we really are saying is that in addition to just simply the youth set-aside that is mandated by the state. The balance of it really is going to be utilized to support our shelter operations.
So if I'm reading page 48 that you've outlined, you're proposing to spend $1 million on administrative overhead of the $13 million? That seems like a pretty big chunk. How many people are we employing with that for grant oversight?
So, yeah, so what we end up doing with that is we end up using 1% for HMIS, which ultimately allows us to track all of the homeless data that we rely upon.
So Continuum of Care doesn't pay for the database that they use for placement?
We all kick in our share because all of us use it. County Madera, County of Fresno, City of Fresno.
So that's, how much is that? What's the city's portion of that?
$916.
Our portion is $1 million for a database?
Well, it's not the database, it's database plus staff.
What staff are we paying for?
And it's over a period of years. So the plan requires that 50% of our allocation, so it's not a one-year budget, 50% of our allocation has to be spent by 2026. So these are dollars the state gives us, but they really give them to us now and say, to each jurisdiction, you have 4 years to spend it. We, of course, have a pretty fast run rate.
What I'm interested in specifically is of the $1 million for the grant oversight and administrative oversight of the $13 million that the state is giving us, what are we spending that $1 million on?
So over a period of 4 years, we will spend that on the software licensing and on the staff that support.
What staff?
So our staff, as you might recall, the staff that are operating or supporting HMIS that the City of Fresno relies upon are actually Housing Authority employees.
So this is paying for Housing Authority staff?
Who are dedicated exclusively to HMIS.
How much is that going to the Housing Authority?
Well, ultimately, the full amount is going to go minus the licensing for HMIS.
So it's not for any City of Fresno employees?
No, it's not.
That work on oversight of the grant or the administration of the grant?
No, that's the administrative cost of $85,000.
Okay. And the $11 million for 12 months of triage, who are the vendors that we're proposing to award that to?
Yeah, so all of our, really almost without exception at this point, council member, our emergency shelters, bridge housing sites, with the exception of Hope Point, which is partially funded by encampment resolution funds, is really almost exclusively supported by our HAP dollars. So everything on Parkway Drive. Again, Hope Point does have some HAP dollars invested in it to support that site as well. But in addition to that, we've got, you have EOC's site, which is going to be the youth set aside over here on T Street.
So in essence, the $11 million is going to the emergency shelters?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And that starts when? Because those are already funded through other sources.
They're funded by HAP. And so what we're trying to do with this plan, or what we're seeking to do, is to ask the state, or is to say to the state that we have a plan for our HAP 5 allocation, and we are asking the state to give us our $13 million. We have until 2026 to spend half of it. So we put them in our HAP pot, and then as needed, we release those dollars by way of contracts. There are no contracts associated with this.
Understood,
these
yeah.
$5.
What I'm trying to ascertain, Director, is we've all been under the impression that this money for the shelters are running out. The home key funds, the whatever key program, the HAP dollars are running out. We approve contracts with vendors based on the money running out. Are you proposing that this $11 million would go to extend those contracts and those beds?
I'm not proposing they will. I would tell you that from a staffing perspective, we are looking at the entirety of our shelter operations over the next couple of years. And when we take into account this allocation, should we receive it, should this body approve this today, we know that we are able to operate our shelters at current capacity. I'm not saying we will. We have a plan to bring some shelters offline, but at current capacity, for another year and a half.
In addition to what's already funded?
Correct. So that's why we have to it's why we're slowly implementing a plan to bring shelters offline. This body surplused 3 particular properties on Parkway recently. That's helpful. And the goal ultimately, along with Home Key and everything else, is to convert the majority of these shelters into permanent affordable housing.
Yeah, I'm just trying to prepare ourselves for this budget conversation that's forthcoming, right? Some people are suggesting $10 million shortfalls. If that's the case, we're going to be cutting in areas. We know these shelters are supposed to end soon. If we're extending these shelters for another 1.5 years beyond their current lifespan, then that's going to also delay the liability downstream for us to either sustain or to cut somewhere else.
Sure, and also it's worth noting, I mean, this is our plan that we are submitting, and just for council's benefit, again, the majority of the $13 million is our current plan to utilize that to support our shelter operations. Now, if we are able to successfully bring shelters offline, transition people out into permanent housing, then that gives us a little bit of breathing room and enables us to use these dollars for other eligible activities.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. Motion to approve.
All right, this is for item 2M. I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Chavez. Any objection? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. We are going to jump to item 2W. This is a joint meeting of the City Council, the City of Fresno, in its capacity as housing successor to the Redevelopment Agency. 2W is a resolution declaring property located at various scattered sites in Southwest Fresno to be surplus and directing staff to comply with the Surplus Land Act. Do we have a staff presentation for this one? Good afternoon, Director. Is your mic on?
Forgive me. This item is to request your approval to designate or declare 7 parcels at various locations in Southwest Fresno as surplus land, and to proceed with notification that those parcels are available to housing developers and certain public entities as defined by the state. The parcel details are in your packet. If you'd like me to briefly describe them, I shall, but otherwise, if you have questions, happy to answer.
Council members, is there anyone who would like to ask a question or has any comments on this item? This is 2W.
If I may, Council President, just want to say thank you to the Director. Just for historical context, when the RDA was dissolved by the state and the governor's legislative action, we were assigned to start getting rid of all these parcels that RDA had obtained over several decades, and to get rid of them for the purpose of housing. These parcels are a variety of locations in West Fresno, and they would be made available to the open market and to public agencies for conversion for housing. So thank you for the work. Motion to approve.
This is for 2W. I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Bredefield. Any objection? Seeing none, item passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marlene. We're going to move to item 2O. 2O is actions pertaining to the conversion of the former Parkside Inn Motel into a 38-unit residential affordable housing project. This was pulled by Councilmember Maxwell and Councilmember Carbasi.
Hey, good afternoon, Phil.
Good afternoon.
Would you mind providing me with a general overview on this item, please?
Sorry, Councilmember, a general overview of the site?
Of this item?
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Councilmember Phil Sky, Assistant Director of Plan and Development. This is the Parkside Inn, and so Parkside Inn responded to a prior NOFA seeking, city subsidy with affordable housing dollars that we had available. This is historically a motel along Parkway Drive on the eastern side of the 99 near Olive and 99. This has been operated as a interim housing emergency shelter for a couple of years now. It was one of the earliest projects that came online, or the earliest shelters came online when the Housing Authority, who is the owner, received a Home Key 1 award, Round 1 award, which enabled them ultimately to purchase it and to begin operations. We, as the city of Fresno, utilizing some of the HAP dollars I mentioned earlier, helped to support this shelter, as is or pursuant to the Parkway Master Plan, which the city of Fresno partnered with the Housing Authority and the Adams neighborhood and Parkway community to develop. It is our plan collectively, the city of Fresno, who owns a number of properties on Parkway, and the Housing Authority that owns a number of properties on Parkway, to convert nearly all of them to permanent affordable housing, some market rate housing as well. So in the Housing Authority's efforts to implement that plan, they kind of jumped out first. They got the Sun Lodge property converted, leasing up right now. Promesa Commons is what it's referred to in that. There's a ribbon cutting, I believe, in April, set for that great project. They have Step Up on 99, which was an emergency shelter that now is being gutted, and it's down to the studs at this point, and that also is being converted. And now kind of the next one for the Housing Authority is Parkside Inn, this site. And so this is a project where it's going to be constructed in 2 phases. It will start with the remodel, the kind of adaptive reuse, the conversion of lodging to dwelling of the existing motel kind of bones. And then phase 2 will be new construction. So if you want an example of what this might look like, I would point you to Promesa Commons, where they did exactly the same thing.
Remind me the total number of units, Phil, please.
Yeah, so initially what it's going to be, and just a correction here, it's going to be 27 units initially in phase 1, but then an additional up to maybe 30 units in phase 2. So we're talking about probably ultimately, council members, somewhere close to 60 units.
So the $3 million on this item would be just enough to cover about half of the total units, correct?
It will, and what do you mean to cover half of the total units?
So there's opportunity for an additional 30 units down the road?
Oh, so the Housing Authority, in our conversation with them, for a couple of reasons, it is strategic for them as it relates to their tax credit application, which they submitted 9% round in February, that we would actually bring this funding forward at this time, but it will cover both phases of the project.
Okay, so a total of how many units?
So at this point, they have not developed plans for the second phase, but it could be upwards of 30 additional units.
So how are we confident then that this is going to be enough funding for both phases when we don't know how many units are going to be in that second phase?
Sure. Well, I mean, they've looked at the site plan. They know what the capacity is of the site. So, I mean, that's kind of the simple answer.
Okay, so just under 60 total units.
Correct.
Once phase 2 is completed?
Correct.
Appreciate that. And the folks, were they going to be relocated during the transition of this property?
Yes, and so as occurred with the Step Up on 99 project, as occurred with the Sun Lodge project, the Housing Authority is working actively. I mean, they're, kind of our best partner in this regard to be able to provide permanent housing options for those that are currently housed at the Parkside Inn.
What does that entail?
Yeah, so relocation. So it's just like we do every day in every one of our shelters. So case management, ensuring that everybody that is currently located there has their vital documents, and then matching them with appropriate either programs. There's still always the option of diversion, which is really, in many cases, kind of family reunification. And then, of course, the Housing Authority has a number of vouchers that they can bring to projects as well. And so just an array of permanent housing options are always available, and our case managers are always working to make those matches, and the Housing Authority has a lot of experience doing this.
How successful have we been in relocating those folks to a physical dwelling in the transition process during similar types of conversions with home key?
Highly successful. Highly successful. So
99%?
I would say so. Where's Christina? I would say so. It is, council member, we do not return it. If the question is, are we going to return anyone to street homelessness as a result of this conversion? The answer is no.
Okay, appreciate that. And you did mention something about new construction. Would that be additional units on top of the 57 you alluded to earlier?
No, 27 in adaptive reuse, so using the bones of the motel,
Okay.
you'll get 27 in phase one. The new construction will be the additional units, the additional
Understood.
upwards of 30.
Appreciate that. I'll make a motion to approve. Thank you.
I'll second, but I do have questions.
Yep, next we have Councilmember Arias.
Thank you. And I know the Housing Authority is here, right? Director?
They are.
How are you? I just want to also share for the public's benefit, this is probably third project that now is in transition from emergency shelter to permanent housing. And to your reference, the Housing Authority successfully relocated those other folks in motels to permanent housing, so thank you for doing that. But my questions are more specific to the city manager and the police chief on this matter. Months ago, there was a commitment made that they would increase patrols in the area. We're about a month away from the opening of the permanent affordable housing project with the Housing Authority, and I have not seen the additional patrols in the area. As a matter of fact, when I was there this last week, there was quite a bit of human trafficking happening in the middle of the daytime. So I just want to put everyone on notice. A month from now, we are permanently moving families and kids into the new housing project, and I'd like to see what the plan is from the Southwest Police District captain and the police chief and the mayor on how we're going to change patrol different, since that corridor is going from transient, use to permanent affordable housing with kids. So just, I'm waiting still for an update, and I haven't received one since the last conversation we had about this matter. Those are all my questions.
Councilmember, I believe we contract police officers, and I feel like we did a trade memo several months ago.
That was a commitment, but then I was told that there was no capacity to fulfill those contracted officers.
That's not true.
Well,
Well,
let's
we'll
circle back.
we'll get your report.
Let's circle back, and I'd like to see what their schedules are, and because the trafficking is happening in the middle of the day, and it's clear that there's a lack of patrols and enforcement in that corridor, and now that's spilling into the cemeteries nearby, which is another challenge that we have. But if we can just get some follow-up before we do the ribbon cutting in April.
I will follow with Captain Viveros.
Great, so I have no other council members punched up. We have a motion from Councilmember Maxwell and a second from Councilmember Arias. Any objection? The motion passes 6-0-1. Moving on to the next item, uncontested consent, we're going back to item T. This is actions pertaining to an extraterritorial service and offsite infrastructure agreement between Sandra R. Diaz-Vedo and David M. Lantis in the city of Fresno. This was contested by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Director. My reading, I've been here for 5 years, and I've never seen the city enter to amend an agreement like this before us today. So my understanding of this agreement is basically the city signed an agreement with the property owner that they're going to connect to the city system by a certain time, This amendment that you're bringing forward has us amending that and not requiring that connection to occur. Can you walk me through why we're doing that?
So this is Brock Buki, Director of Public Utilities. So this extraterritorial agreement is different than the standard one that was approved by Council in December 2019, in that we are allowing the property owner to keep his well, which is contaminated and not suitable for potable use, to use for irrigation. Otherwise, it's substantially consistent with the standard agreement that we typically use. And we use these agreements when there is a resident in the county area that is not within the annexed city, and we have to go through the process of getting approval from LAFCO. We outline all the requirements for making the connection.
Yeah, what I'm trying to understand is we don't allow any other user within our area to continue to operate their wells. Why are we making the exemption to allow somebody to operate a contaminated well?
We do on occasion allow somebody to continue using a well. Most of the time.
A contaminated well?
they're using it for irrigation, and it might just be nitrates. I don't know what the contaminant is, but they're not using it for potable use. And so when they have this well and it's contaminated, there has to be a hard separation between our system and what they're using it for on site. And part of the condition for them to continue to use that well, we have to have them put a water meter on it, and we charge a recharge fee, and we incorporate that into our recharge program, so that keeps the water basin, whole as far as the use of that water.
So this property is a 2-acre parcel. It's a residential, rural residential, nice market rate home. Isn't there any risk to our aquifers to allow somebody to pump out and utilize contaminated water wells?
Not necessarily. I mean, if it's nitrate specifically, there's a benefit of the nitrates to the plants that they might be watering with it. The biggest concern from our perspective on a well is if it's abandoned and not destroyed, because then it becomes a conduit for allowing contaminants to run across the surface and then go directly down into the aquifer. That's the bigger concern when it comes to a well of this nature.
Can you speak to the exact contaminations of this well at this point?
I don't know those specifics.
Well, I would like to make a motion to table the item to the next meeting until you can tell us what kind of the contaminants the well has that would be, allowed to operate through this agreement. So I'm not comfortable approving the operation of a contaminated well without knowing what the contaminant is.
Okay, we'll look into that, certainly.
Right. Council, make a motion to table and return to next item, next meeting.
There is a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by motion by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Councilmember Esparza. Any opposition? Passes 6-0. Moving on to the next item, item 2U, resolution declaring board member and commissioner positions vacant upon the expiration of their term and provide for the council to fill resulting vacancies lasting longer than 1 year. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Council Vice President, I spoke to a mayor and he's made a commitment to bring forward an actual planning commissioner that doesn't have to conflict that are 2/3 of the agenda items before him in the next 30 days. So I'll table the item and give the mayor the 30 days to bring forward a qualified commissioner. Motion to table.
Okay. Any second? Motion by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Councilmember Bredefeld. Any opposition? Motion passes 6-0. That is the end of contested consent. We are going to move on to unscheduled communication. Sorry, guys. I'm going to call the cards we have here. First, the people that are here. First, we have Steve Diddy. I don't see Mr. Diddy in the chamber. Going once, going twice. Moving on to Fernando Paul Elizondo, who I do not see in the chamber as well. Going once, going twice. Next is Desiree Ledesma, who is here, and she's coming on up. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Council and City leadership, for all your efforts to improve the quality of the lives here in the diverse city of Fresno. I'm a lifetime resident of Fresno. I've been working since I was 15 through the summer youth program. Partnered one time with the famous Edwards James Almlos to produce a made-for-TV anti-drug program, in which I endured 3 grueling auditions with among about 150 youth, and would have been satisfied as a cast as atmosphere or an extra, but at my heart's desire, I was cast in 3 leads, a real highlight in my life. I'm actually across the street at Warner's Theater. To all of you who call Fresno your home, I want you to know that you are special, you are important, and your life matters. I'm here to stand with the women, men, and children who were killed, kidnapped, and raped October 7th. Which should never be permitted or justified under any circumstances. That is a fact. On October 7th of 2023, over 3,000 terrorists crossed into the Gaza Strip and invaded the country of Israel, which is approximately the size of Colorado, and raped and murdered 1,200 civilians as they laid their children to sleep and others singing and dancing with their friends. And then they took 253 hostages and still have 101 remaining captive. I want to quote our former Secretary of State in charge of Foreign Affairs from the year 2009 and 2013 under the leadership of President Obama. Her most recent stance on the matter as of February 8th, 2024, by reporter Jacob Magdid, his interview with Hillary Rodham Clinton. When you are the aggressor, as Hamas was October 7th, what do you do with an aggressor? You have to stop then. Hillary Clinton defends Israel and believes Israel has the right to defend itself. If anyone should know, it's her. She was the expert on keeping Fresno and America safe. Our current Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, in charge of foreign affairs and protecting against such terror, most recent stance as of February 7th, 2024, quoting by a reporter through NPR, Michelle Kilman, this is her quote, from Antony Blinken, our current Secretary of State in charge of foreign affairs. All we can do is show possibilities and what options are, and what the alternatives look like is the endless cycle of violence in response to Hamas's refusal to release the innocent kidnapped victims of October 7th. Both Hillary Rodham Clinton and Antony Blinken support a no ceasefire. I trust the leadership and all.
Thank you so much. Your time is up.
Thank you. Thank you, Council.
Do we have any more cards from anyone in the chamber? Okay, folks online, who do we have?
Yes, first we have Lynn Owens.
Okay, Ms. Owens, you have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, first of all, I don't know where everybody is. I see 4 empty chairs there. Our president has gone. And I believe that this changing of unscheduled communication is a form of ageism. It's a form of discrimination. I forget which movie it was, but there was a young person vying against an older person, and that was one of their tactics. Make the meeting at 4 o'clock. Put stuff late in the day, so older people they peter out or whatever. What? Yeah, and or try to get ready for their dinner at 6 o'clock or whatever, 4 o'clock or whatever. But I am very, very disappointed at this change. You guys don't have to listen to Mr. Elizondo today, huh? Aren't you happy about that? Yeah, I think it's disgraceful. And this meeting, and it's going to backfire on you guys too, because it's just bringing more questions. I watched more today waiting for this than I normally would. And just this, the stuff that when you guys pull contested consent and then start discussing, it makes me wonder what's all did you not know that you have approved? Like you pulled that one that's already been approved and start asking questions after the fact. That doesn't seem like a smart way to do things to me. And that shelter, I had a dog. The chip came back to a bad address because I think it was a homeless person. Probably got his phone thrown away. And they don't keep the same phone numbers. They just go get another phone and have a new phone number. And that shelter was rude. They wanted to push it all back on me. You go online and you do this and that. Well, they scanned the chip and they called and the number is no good. So I had to fight with them for them to send a letter out to the address. They wanted me to do it to the chip place and have the chip place do it. So, that person up there touting how wonderful their employees are is full of it. And their parking lot was full also of cars with no front license plate, Gary Bredefeld, and expired tags. are you guys going to revoke these permits that you have, these parking permits that you're giving out for people that don't have a front license plate and then their tags have been expired for a year? I'm doing a FOIA on I want all the parking permits with expired tags.
Okay, thank you. Your time has expired. Next, we have
Tracy Robertson.
Ms. Robertson. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Hi, how are you? I'm still here. You know what? This lady touched on something. I'm learning more at this meeting than I have at any other previous meeting. I am so glad I'm here today. Thank you for the invite. I did have concern about the water. I am from outside of Fresno and even California, and I can tell you there's a big difference in the water. Just a few days ago, the water in here tasted like sugar. Now, there are some chemicals that you can detect in the water just from the taste. One of them is arsenic. So I'm concerned about the water as well. I don't know what's going on with your water treatment plant. I know that there was a gentleman that was appointed to the mayor's office as part of his cabinet that resigned after he was appointed, and I know he was in charge or pulled from the water management or the water treatment system here. So I'm concerned about the water myself. Sometimes the water is gray. I hear of people saying that they're using the well water, that they change certain sections over to well water. I'm concerned because I know that there's something wrong with this water. So I had a question about that, and I'm looking forward to hearing something come out from all these subjects that are coming up today, especially the housing. I'm still here with this housing thing because I'm here. And although the gentleman was saying all these things about the housing, he certainly didn't answer who the employees were or who was in charge of this money or the HMS system. I'm just finding out today that it is Fresno Housing Authority who is in charge, and they're not saying that. And that was my suspicion the whole time, that these shelters have special connections to Fresno Housing, and they're pulling certain people and ignoring others. So that was confirmed today because Fresno Housing Authority is saying that they have no control over these shelters, who gets pulled, the vouchers, or anything. That's what I'm being told. I'm being told that it is the responsibility of the Pavarello House, that they are in charge of those funds and those monies and those vouchers, not the Housing Authority. They said that they're in charge of Section 8 and that funding has not trickled down to the Housing Authority yet, so they haven't given out any of those Section 8 vouchers. From the new list that was opened up of June 15th, I think it was June 15th of last year, and it closed July 14th, 2023. So, I really thank you guys for the invitation. If I could, I would be there, but I can't. I had a slip and fall on the property. I have a problem with that because they're lying and saying I fell in McDonald's. I did not. I fell right here on this property, and they're lying about it. So that's why I can't be there, or else I would try to hobble down there. I enjoy these meetings where I'm from. I went to city council meetings. I went to the borough hall.
Thank you, Tracy.
Meeting.
Next, we have Crystal. Crystal, you're on mute.
Hello?
Hi, Crystal.
You guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so first I would like to talk about what would happen to the body if you guys ban the fire. Hold on a second. Okay, hypothermia is abnormally low body temperature. Brought on by.
I'm not calling Tracy. Crystal, I'm sorry. I don't think we can hear you. Are you addressing the council?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You guys can't hear me?
We can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So hypothermia is abnormally low body temperature brought on by staying in the cold temperatures for a long period of time. This lower body temperature affects the brain, a person's ability to think clearly or move well. Severe hypothermia can also cause an irregular heartbeat, leading to heart failure and death. While hypothermia happens most often in very cold temperatures, even cool temperatures above 40 degrees can be dangerous to a person who has become chilled from rain, sweat, or being in the cold water for an extended period of time. And the people that are mostly affected by it are elderly people who often have other illness such as hyperthyroidism, heart disease, and circulation problems, and take medicines that interfere with the body's ability to regulate its temperature. Elderly people with inadequate food, clothing, or heat. Often these people sit alone for hours and days at a time in a cold apartment or home. Improper nutrition also makes them more susceptible to the cold. So I don't think it's right if you guys ban the fires, because you guys don't even have the warming center open. You guys say you guys have the warming center open. You guys said you guys paid Paparello to run the center. You guys had it open, what, 1 or 2 days? Where did the $300,000 go? I know it didn't cover the works for 2 days. So they're spending that money on different things that they shouldn't be spending it on. And there's a lot of elder abuse at the shelters. You guys don't come and look down. Miguel does. Miguel comes down and checks out the shelters, but how about all you guys come and check it out? Not just Miguel, all you guys. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal.
Do we have
Last,
anyone
we
else?
have Lisa Flores.
Lisa, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you and good afternoon. It's 3:45. And how many speakers did you read off from those cards, Madam President, Miss Perea? What, 6, 7 people that didn't have the opportunity to address the city council and the city today because of the way you formatted these meetings? At what point in time are you going to stop abusing the public and allow us to have our opinions stated at the beginning of the meeting so we can go about our day? You know, because that's really a sign of abuse on your part. You know that, right? Anyhow, as you guys start to look at big box businesses coming in or changing into our community, I also want you guys to think about automation and how that takes jobs away from the average Joe and Josie in our community, and how that is actually an anti-job creation. Because a lot of these companies are now moving toward automation, and you need to be very, very concerned about that. Also, too, the budget is coming up in a couple of weeks, couple of months here. And just to remind you all, I still need shade on the small dog side of Puppy Love Park. You guys love the dogs, but you didn't give me the shade. We need shade. We need shade this year. We need shade this year really bad. I'm already telling you that. Please don't make it 5 years. Let's see, what else do I want to talk about? Still don't like the bicycle lanes in front of my house. You know, every time I drive out of it, it becomes more and more difficult. I'm really afraid I'm going to hit somebody someday, and it's because you guys designed it poorly. Ms. Perea, once again, you told me it's politics and there's a political solution, but you didn't tell me what is the political solution and who's the politician I need to talk to, because obviously you have, you know, not enough pull in City Hall to even help out your constituent. You know, and Jerry, hey, hello, Jerry.
Lisa, I'm going to ask you to please direct your comments towards the chair. I'm chairing this meeting right now.
Oh, I didn't know that. Sorry, Mr. Krabasi, because you black out the screen, so I don't get to see your lovely smiling face. Mr. Krabasi, could you please tell Jerry to give me a call so we can finally get around to talking about the bicycle lanes and how they're poorly structured. on the 1600 block of North Washon and how they need to be redesigned from, what is it, Weldon to McKinley, because they're really poorly designed. They're not even in compliance with state, federal, or bicycle lane association guidelines. Anyway,
Thank you
that's
so
all.
much.
You guys
That is the end of 3 minutes. So is there anyone else punched up online? Okay, that's going to end unscheduled communication. We are going to move on to closed session, but we also have 2 items for the special meetings closed session. If you would please list the items, City Attorney, and then we'll have public comment on those 2 special meeting items.
Yes, in closed session under the normal agenda, we have item B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, 1 potential case. Item A was indefinitely tabled. With respect to the special meeting closed session, we have 2 items. Item A, public employee performance evaluation, city attorney. Item B, public employee performance evaluation, city clerk. We do need to take public comment on those 2 items, but the public comment has to be in relation to those 2 items.
Okay, is there anyone in the chamber wishing to comment on the 2 special meeting closed session items? Okay, there are no items. We're going to move to online. Anyone on Zoom?
Yes, we have Lynn Owens.
Okay. So, Ms. Owens, you'll have 3 minutes to comment and has to be related to the 2 special meeting items for closed session.
Oh, all right. She looks like she's not. She removed herself. Lisa Flores.
Next, Lisa, do you have 3 minutes to comment on the special meeting items?
And this is work performance of the city council, right? Not the city council, excuse me, city attorney, correct?
1 item for city attorney, 1 item for city clerk. Yes.
Okay, well, both of my concerns is over both of them. As everybody knows, and if you've ever met me, you know I'm disabled. And for, oh goodness, 2.5, 2 years, almost 3 years, I was suffering with a case of cataracts. So severe that I was almost legally blind by the end and when I had surgery. And I believe it was April of last year, my rights were violated not only by the city clerk, but also the city attorney's office when they determined I did not have a valid ADA disability. And I want you guys to be very aware of that because it also was in cahoots with your ADA coordinator. Now, I provided information. I was very clear and concise about what was going on in my life. I have congestive heart failure. I have arthritis. I need a double knee replacement. And then I was going slowly blind until I had corrective eye surgery. And for both your ADA coordinator, your city clerk, and your city attorney to make a determination that I did not fall under ADA is so obscene. And that should be considered when you do their reviews. Thank you for your time, Mr. Kawasi.
Thank you, Lisa. Anyone else online?
Yes, Lynn Owens.
Okay. Ms. Owens, you'll have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, the closed sessions. I'm trying to find out what exactly is, available to the public. Like, say, this pending litigation. Did we get a, cease and desist letter? Did we get an intent to sue letter? Are those things available to the public generally?
So Ms. Owens, you are a bit off topic. You have to make comments related to the 2 closed session items. Do you have any comments related to the 2 items in closed session?
Yeah, I thought it was a pending litigation.
No.
And the attorney...
No, Ms. Owens, the 2 items are regarding performance evaluations.
Well, you guys said that the city attorney already had how many? 6 6 evaluations? I don't understand why that is necessary, why they need so many evaluations. And, doesn't he like have a contract, like a 3 or 5 year contract or something, like Sloan had? And get an annual evaluation. I don't understand why you said Andrew Jans is already at 6 or something? Is that unusual? Is that normal? Because, and also, if you read the agenda portion, the public is addressing the council, not the president. It doesn't say anything about the president. It says the council. So, I don't know what that's about. But and you didn't announce that you were taking over the meeting. Perea just splits. Which is rude. The little princess.
Please direct your comments towards me as Chair, Ms. Owens.
That is not what your agenda says. It does not.
It is a part of the
say
council
that.
rules and procedures, which are publicly available. And it has, your
Well,
comments have to be
I'll look
related.
those up.
Your
I
comments
will
have
look
to be related
that
to the
up.
item at hand.
I will look that up, but your agenda then needs to also reflect correct information, which your website is not doing that either. So I guess that's all I've got. Shame on you. Shame on all of you.
Okay, any more comments? And just for the record, Council President Perea is attending some business in her district right now, and that's why she's not here, doing her service to the community. There being no other unscheduled communication comments, we are going to move on to closed session at this time. Thank you very much.